Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our final day of coverage here at the APP SoCal Classic. Lauren McLaughlin here, and first of all, happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there, and also happy Juneteenth. So we are going to be getting into our coverage here at Bobby Riggs. We have singles all day today. We've already had a massive upset here this morning. Hunter Johnson defeating J.W. Johnson in JW's first match of the day. Of course, the number one seed here today, so he's already been knocked down into our consolation bracket. I have no doubt he'll be fighting his way back, and we'll perhaps see him still later today. But Hunter Johnson right now in an epic third game battle with Kyle Lewis in the quarterfinals to try and get into the semis. Those are starting to shape up, and we're going to have a exciting match coming up next. But of course, this is our head pickleball pregame show. We are streaming on Facebook and YouTube. Daniel Roditti will be joining me in the booth. We head to Los Angeles next weekend, but we have men's and women's singles here today. We'll play all the way through our gold medal matches as we've been doing all weekend. So tons of amazing pickleball here still to play. We're going to see how this match shapes up, but we're going to take a short break. And I believe back into the action will be Ryan Sherry taking on Gabriel Joseph. So thank you so much once again for joining us here to watch some amazing pickleball. We appreciate you guys joining us. And it looks like Kyle Lewis has come out on top over Hunter Johnson, so he heads to the semis. We're having an interesting semis getting shaped up already. Please stay tuned. We'll be back with more action right after this.
so ready for next gen.
This is Next Gen Pickleball.
I'm so ready for the Next Gen Tour.
Super excited about Next Gen.
I can't wait for the APP Next Gen Tour.
I'm super excited for Next Gen.
Welcome back here to the APP SoCal Classic. Lauren McLaughlin and Daniel Roditi here in the booth, getting ready to kick off our final quarterfinal match here in our men's pro singles bracket. We're going to have Gabriel Joseph taking on Ryan Sherry. Ryan Sherry, 38 years old, from Fort Myers, Florida. Played college tennis at the University of Florida. Had 2 successful nightclubs that he ran after college in Southwest Florida. And now he helps NFL athletes who are in the concussion fund and suffering from, you know, some issues that they've had due to playing in the NFL, helps them manage their money, make sure they're doing good things with it. So a lot of good stuff that he has done. He takes on Gabriel Joseph, 25 years old, from West Hills, California, which is in the LA area. Both these players know each other very well. Good friends. And we're going to have a good matchup here. As we mentioned in the Head Pickleball pregame show, J.W. Johnson upset in his first round by Hunter Johnson. A little Johnson on Johnson crime there. First thing this morning, but I have all faith we'll see J-Dub again. As we start to shape up our semifinals, we have Kyle Lewis, who will take on the winner of this match. And then the other semifinal, Dylan Frazier will take on Federico Staxrud. Marie Creed is our USA Pickleball certified referee for this match. And already, Daniel, Gabriel Joseph being real generous with line calls. Oh, nice spot there from Sherry.
Great ball.
Joseph, we don't get to see too much. He doesn't travel a ton for tournaments. Kind of sticks close to the West Coast, where he teaches tennis and pickleball at a club. Also plays paddle as well. And right now, Ryan Sherry looking pretty effortless out here.
Yeah, he had a super long, close match leading up to this against Alex Newman. It was 13-11 in the third. I don't know if that will play a part, you know, if he's, I can only imagine he's got to be feeling a little tired. But we've seen him make very, very deep runs in all the singles tournaments that he plays. So
And I have to say,
he'll manage.
looking at Ryan Cherry right now, he's
He
looking
lost
a
some
little
weight.
fit. He's
He lost
looking
some
a
weight.
little fitter
Yeah.
than the last time I saw him.
We talked a few days ago. He's been working on it, and he's lost some weight.
Yeah, it's showing. He's looking good out there. So you have gotten to coach Joseph in the past. You know him well as a player. What's going on with him here in this first game?
Yeah, he's starting off really slow, obviously, but he's quick to get kind of down on himself. That's one of the biggest things. And I'm coach him more as a friend when he's playing. But the biggest thing with him is mental. It's just stay positive. But he, even when he looks like he's really, really down, he can bounce back very quickly. We talked a lot yesterday about emotional players. He's certainly one of those. But he does... yeah, Ryan Cherry just guessing perfectly on that ball. But he does a good job even when he's down to kind of pull himself together. And these are two of the best singles players in the world right here.
I'd like to see Joseph just be able to string a couple things together here. And in singles, it can happen very quickly.
Yep.
Because, there's not two servers. So it can put it together really quickly. But so far, Ryan Cherry is just dictating this entire first game right now.
And as we talked yesterday, I wouldn't be surprised if Ryan takes this 11-1. That's in. And then Gabe might come back in the second game and win 11-1. We could easily see that.
Yep. Yeah, Joseph can be a little streaky as a player. As can Sherry. But I think Sherry is starting to show, especially in just the last few months, he's getting a little more consistent.
I might get a warning here. Maybe not. She let it go this time. Oh, it's out.
So we're going to have a game point here for Sherry. I think some of the most frustrating things for players is knowing you could be doing so much better and you're not. Which, I think plays a huge part in how Joseph feels when he's playing not nearly as well as he'd like to be. Because he has everything that he needs to be able to play brilliantly.
Yeah.
He's just not.
Yeah, the balls like that, it's like where you feel like you're not making your opponent earn it. Like you feel like you're just giving him too many free points, which to someone like Ryan Cherry, he doesn't need help.
Yep.
And so that can definitely be very frustrating, just making those unforced errors.
Yeah, we'll see if Joseph can, tighten it up a little bit here in second game of this quarterfinal match. We'll take a short break, back into it right after this. The APP SoCal Classic is brought to you by Pickleball Central, the Pickleball Superstore, catering from beginners to pros. Yola, for the champion in you. SunMed, the official CBD sponsor of the APP. And Chavile, modern pickleball apparel that reminds people to be civil and play nicely. Welcome back to the action here at Bobby Riggs and the APP SoCal Classic. Game number 2 in our final men's quarterfinal matchup underway. Gabriel Joseph in the black on the near end, taking on Ryan Sherry in the white on the far end. Sherry fairly easily taking game 1 as Joseph just really far too many errors. Far too many errors. Not being able to shake it off and kind of get back in there. So we'll see if he's able to do that here in game 2. It's going to be critical for him having any chance.
0-1. Point.
A mini half-enthused fist pump from Joseph, almost forcing himself to do it. Try to be happy about that shot. But he should. It was a great shot. And there, an error from Sherry. So it's exactly what Joseph needs to try and just shake off any remaining doubt and negativity from game 1. So good.
It's beautiful. Sliding in and just rolling that back in. So nice. Sherry just really had no idea where he was going with it. That's why he didn't even guess. Timeout.
All right, timeout quickly from Sherry as Joseph jumps out in front 4-1. And there is going to be a bit of a breeze as there has been this weekend. It's not too crazy right now, but you wonder if it's perhaps playing a little factor depending what end you're on.
I think another thing for Joseph, this was, I think, his first title a couple years ago.
Yes, last year he won here.
Well, he won it last year, but I think this was his first title. Before that, he won it like 3 years ago.
Okay.
I only know because he beat me in the finals. But
But yeah, Gabriel Joseph won this tournament last year in singles.
So I think this tournament means a lot to him, and so he's had a couple victories here. Obviously, he's a defending champion. Had a great run last year at this time. And because, like you said, he doesn't play all the tournaments, the ones that he does play, he puts so much pressure on himself to perform well.
Yeah.
And that can play a part in the just being frustrated.
Yeah, and he's doing just that right now. Like we mentioned, both of these players so streaky.
We said Ryan could win 11-1 and then Gabe could come back, and
I mean,
he's going to make me look like a genius, which is very hard to do.
Oh, yeah, he's so good at that slide. Oh, almost has it.
Did he hit the post?
Yeah.
I couldn't see it. Couldn't see it.
Joseph thinking that might have been out.
Yeah, and the line is blocked for me. I can't see it, so I couldn't tell him one way or the other.
We'll have our first semifinal matchup coming up next here on Championship Court. Federico Staxrud takes on Dylan Frazier after the conclusion of this match. Nice job. Joseph looked like he got a little wobbly, almost went down, but
yeah. So in the previous match, Hunter Johnson going down, same thing, kind of slid in and sort of fell.
A lot of these tennis players that still play a lot of tennis, they have that slide.
Right. Yeah, I've never even attempted it.
I couldn't even understand what the mechanics are.
I would probably roll my ankle and need the medics to pick me up.
Snap my knee in half. Ooh.
That was close. It's hard to know if that was staying in.
So
I think it was dropping.
Yeah, I think it might have.
I don't think it had a lot of pace. It was just one of those awkward shots.
God, Joseph just so fast.
Oh, that's so nice.
Wow.
There we go.
Oh, I mean,
just the flick of that left hand. It's a beautiful shot. Yeah, I think last year he beat JW, he beat Jay DeVilliers.
Zane Navertil, probably?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, it was a good field last year.
Wow, Kyle, big.
Set up. Seven, 3. Point.
That stays
I
in.
mean,
Great shot. Sherry kind of let it go, thinking it was gonna go. Had enough spin to come down.
8, 3. Set up. Three, 8. Set up.
Sherry's kind of stalled Joseph a little bit here
8,
after he
3.
jumped out.
Yeah, he was up 7-1 and kind of trading side outs here.
Set up.
Nice spot there from Sherry.
3, 8.
There's that backhand roll
He
again.
loves that he's so good at
Yeah.
it.
That first get was amazing
Yeah.
too with that forehand.
And then
And
Sherry's
then we see it
pulling
right
him
here. And then
so
Sherry just,
wide.
it's so hard for him to guess because,
Yeah, he can go down the line.
yeah,
or he
like
can
you
take
don't
it
think he's going to
cross-court.
go cross court, but he's able to pull that left hand around.
Point.
Ball's out.
Talked about that yesterday, that two-handed backhand that Joseph uses, that helps him get up and over
Right.
that ball
Yep.
to be able to pull it back cross court, because he wouldn't be able to do that as well with just one hand.
Point.
All right, we got a game point.
Timeout.
Another timeout.
10, 3. 1 minute.
Well, Sherry's good at using his timeouts.
Yes.
Got one left, might as well use it.
Yeah.
But yeah, looks like you pretty appropriately, it looks like, predicted this
Could.
second game. So it seems inevitable. Joseph's going to be able to force a third game here in this quarterfinal match. Kyle Lewis is waiting in the semifinal for the winner of this after defeating Hunter Johnson.
Time in. 10, 3.
Yeah, that was a great match as well. 11-9 in the third.
Point.
And he will get it done indeed. So 11-1, then flipped to 3-11 for Sherry. And a game 3 is coming your way right after this.
If you like to dink, then Pickleball Magazine has what you're looking for. Our bi-monthly print publication will help you become a better player with instructional tips, drills, and articles from the top teaching pros in the sport. And you'll become a healthier, stronger player with psychological, nutritional, and wellness advice from experts in their fields. Finally, if it's product reviews or the latest news, we have that too. To learn more or to subscribe today, go to pickleballmagazine.com.
If SoCal has you wondering, where do I begin? Start here. Cheering for the visiting team? Here's your line of scrimmage. Come for a culinary odyssey? Tonight's special is everything. Here for work? Hang around for the weekend. Hit 3 theme parks. Crush coffees or crafty beers or whatever strikes your fancy. Because with friendly locals, Main Street vibes, easy accommodations, and all of SoCal within reach, no matter what you've come to get up to, in El Segundo, we'll invite you to start here.
ready for next gen.
This is Next Gen Pickleball. I'm so ready for the Next Gen Tour.
Super excited about next gen.
I can't wait for the APP Next Gen Tour.
I'm super excited for next gen.
In this game, we will do an end change.
Welcome back. Game number 3 here in our final quarterfinal match in men's pro singles. Ryan Sherry now in the blue on the near end. He's got some new shirts that he's rocking as well for his new fit look.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Gabriel Joseph in the black on the far end. We'll switch ends at 6.
Oh, that's just so nice.
Ooh, that was
Great
filthy.
touch. Great touch.
So good.
0-0.
Joseph left that up a little too high.
Point.
Yeah, it's just that slap of the wrist there with his forehand. Both of these guys can generate so much paddle speed.
Point. 2-0. Point.
I mean, Ryan Sherry's wowing himself.
He's giving himself a wow wow. We like it.
I mean, I agree. I concur.
0.
So far, both of these gentlemen have had their success on the near end of the court. Oh, almost picks that up.
Yeah, Ryan Sherry, we've seen a number of times here in this match. He likes to go his first attempt up the line, and then the next one cross court using the angle. Once he gets his opponent kind of pulled over to the sideline. Oh, a one-hander.
Nice get from Joseph. Oh, yeah, that's tough. That was really similar to game 1. A lot of the errors Joseph had, he's there.
Yeah,
He
he's
got
there.
there. He
His
has
volleys,
the ball. He just doesn't hit it how he needs to and puts it in the net.
Well, let's see if Joseph goes up the line on this return. Oh, he missed a serve.
Let out. 0-3.
That's so nice.
Yeah, really nice job from Joseph staying calm and just putting it where he needed to.
Gets on the board.
1-3. Let out.
Yeah, Sherry choosing to stay back on that return, which sometimes as a server, especially in men's, in women's they tend to stay back a lot more, but as a server, when your opponent doesn't come in on the return in singles, it can kind of throw you off because it's like you're expecting them to come in, then, then they
why
don't.
didn't you come in?
And then I can't tell you how many times I myself and I see people miss their third shot because all of a sudden they have all these options and they're just not ready because they're anticipating the person coming in and looking to pass or drop. Now you have options to come in, and we saw that with Joseph right there. Sherry stayed back, and Joseph misses wide with that backhand.
We actually had an offensive timeout here from Sherry after he gets the side out to just grab a drink, catch his breath a little.
Yeah.
It's a sunny, warm day here in Encinitas, California, so
Yeah, it feels warmer than yesterday. There's no kind of June gloom as we had the last couple days.
yeah, Sherry thought he got it, and
Yep.
then he
Corrected
agreed.
himself,
He
yeah.
agreed that he missed it.
Oh, he went for that same angled volley there and
That would have been tough for Joseph to get.
just left it short.
2-4.
Yeah, good serve from Joseph, putting it deep in that corner.
3-4.
right back in this. Missing long.
Side out.
Yeah, we talk a lot about
Four, three.
it doesn't matter as much in doubles if you miss a serve because you have 2 of them. But singles, ultra important that you get that serve in.
Yeah.
And a good serve.
Yeah, and there's so much more pressure in singles, so you go for bigger serves, and so obviously you run a bigger risk of missing.
Nice little exchange
Yeah.
there at the net.
Both kind of stayed in the middle. And same with the return. That's why you see more missed returns in singles than you would in doubles, because there's more pressure to make a good return, especially on the men's side. Because of that right there.
too
Because these guys are
good.
so good at passing, you know if your return isn't deep, you're in trouble.
Five, three.
Sherry looking to get that 6th point and the end change, and he will with another return long from Gabriel Joseph. And another thing, these 2 players, in men's singles especially, there's players that want a cat and mouse, and there's players that don't. These 2 do not.
No.
It's not part of their game. They
Nope.
don't want to do it. They're not going to do it.
No.
And take, for example, a JW and Dylan out here. They're going to cat and mouse all day long up at the net. St. Navratil, same thing. So that's another aspect of, especially men's singles. Women don't really cat and mouse
Right.
at all. But yeah, these 2, you won't see them much at the net at the same time.
No, and some of that has to do with
Time in.
those other players you mentioned. They're very, very good in doubles. They're very used to being at the kitchen, using those angles. Where these guys are, it's not like they're bad at doubles, but they certainly prefer singles, and they would say that. Same for me. I'm not going to get into a cat and mouse game with anybody. Because I'll always be the mouse.
Just batted around.
Yeah, just,
Toyed with.
yeah, half dead.
Oh, no.
6, 3.
Oh, this time he uses a one hand and he just sort of flicks it.
Yeah, I mean, Joseph thinks he's going up the line, maybe makes a little move to the right, and then
Yeah,
gets
that was
caught with
just
that
a,
drop. So nice.
just a deep. I mean, that ball hit. I think it hit both lines. It hit the corner. Not a whole lot that Joseph could do with that ball. Just a really good serve.
Side out. Three, 8.
Joseph can string some things together here.
Side out.
Interesting choice that he tried to drop that almost.
Yeah, I think
The way he
he
hit it.
it almost like he changed his mind, like he thought he was going to drive it, but knew he was not in a great place.
Side out.
We will not translate that. But he has had a lot of those stretched out forehand volleys.
Oh, yeah, he's been pulled off his feet several times.
Oh, it's just so nice.
Point.
That was in, right? Yeah.
Yep.
I didn't see him celebrate it for a second. I thought he might have missed it, but
Well, he's still behind by,
Yeah.
by a decent amount. I don't
Yeah,
think he's
still
going to be
mad at
celebrating
himself.
too much yet.
I want to see him get to at least 6 here. I mean, there's another stretched out volley that not only gets a paddle on it, but he puts that ball on the corner, and we get a timeout from Sherry. He's not saving his timeouts.
Yeah, it's his second and final timeout here in game 3. So he's going to have none left to use.
Yep.
I think Joseph has both of his.
Yeah, could play a part. I mean, if this tightens up and it goes long,
yeah,
that's going to
that's a tough spot
be
to
tough.
be in.
But obviously, if you feel like, okay, I need to not let him get, he's already gotten 2 points in a row. Try to stop the momentum, get a hopefully a side out here for Sherry. And then, of course, he's going to hope to close that out. But
and Joseph did have more success on this end of the court in game 2. So looks like he wanted to ask the ref if she saw it, but
8-5.
a little short with that serve. Oh, yeah.
Oh, really
Smart,
nice
smart
job
by
doubling up.
Joseph going behind Sherry as he was already sliding to his right.
okay. He's painting lines now.
Yeah, well, and, you know, part of it is he just went up the line the previous pass with his backhand, so he just froze Sherry because Sherry just saw a passing shot up the line. Now he changes it, goes cross court.
Big shout out to Jack Foster and Anton Goots, who are both watching at home. We miss having them. Both great singles players as well. All right, there's a little fist pump into the crowd.
Yeah, I think he's looking at Dad. Dad is right there under the umbrella. Mr. Joseph.
6-8.
Yeah, see, now he goes down the line, right? So he's mixing it up. Went line, then cross court, back to line. Really makes it tough to kind of guess when you're on the other side.
There's the slide. Oh, that's all right. Now Joseph's celebrating because now he's
That's
tied
all
it
tied
up.
Tied up at 8. Sherry with no more timeouts.
Ooh, tough. Jack, I've already asked him, but Jack says to ask Dan about singles last year in California. He still has nightmares. Daniel Roditi took care of business against Jack Foster last year in singles and then retired immediately after.
Exactly. I'm smart. I see the field, and this is the right year to step out of singles. Too many good players. Just missed. Yeah, sorry, Jack. You'll never beat me because I'm never going to play you again. That's the first volley we've seen him miss in that position, and it's a really tough one. But this time he was trying to
airborne.
Yeah, and he was trying to kind of cut it cross court, which means you got to get more outside the ball. Much more difficult shot.
Cannot have missed serve returns.
Match point after battling back to tie it at 8.
Yeah,
from
lopsided games
8-3,
1
I
and
think,
2.
right? It was 8-3, tied it at 8. Oh, that ball right on the line.
Oh, Joseph's fighting
that's
for
big.
it. Wow.
That is big.
That was a huge rally.
And great. I mean, so smart by Sherry to move in.
Yep.
But just so good.
Oh, yeah.
And you know, of course, Sherry's reach is not the best. And so that ball just too far for him to get it. But that's a big-time backhand. And a clutch moment there for Joseph. Just a little drop. Yeah, that's the risk you run when you drop Joseph. He's so fast that unless your drop shot is perfect, he's going to get there. He's going to slide in and then just punch the ball up the line.
Yeah, you can hope maybe he makes an error, but it's a tough risk at this stage.
And he's right back in this. Tied at 10.
And Sherry has no timeouts.
Yep.
He cannot stop this if he wanted
He's gonna rely on his veteran moves of kicking the ball to the corner.
Yep, he's gonna take a little water break.
Hydration.
Yeah, and Joseph has, I mean, I've seen him essentially full out do the splits when he slides.
Yeah.
He has such insane mobility, flexibility to get pretty much anywhere.
Oh, there's the attempt to drop.
And he would have been there. Look at Joseph would have gotten that. He would have been there. He might have put him in the net, but he was going to get there.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, because Sherry's got to be so perfect because he knows he's going to get there unless he drops it right over and then he makes the error as a result.
Would have liked to see him push that ball to the corner to Joseph's forehand, but
match point
too
here
late
now for Gabe. Oh, that's
this time,
too good.
This time executes it perfectly.
Net cord. I mean, Joseph's got to just shake that off. That's, again, Joseph's got his timeouts. Use it.
All right. For sure, if Sherry wins this, I anticipate, side out. There we go. Oh, just a beautiful volley. Gives himself another match point after fighting off 2 match points from Sherry.
And being down 8-3 in this third.
So Sherry just barely put the ball over the net just to give himself a little more time to walk.
It. That's his shot that Joseph loves so much. He just leaves it a little low. Oh, I'm starting to get nervous. These finishes, they give me anxiety. I don't know what's going to happen.
Wow, big time backhand from Sherry. His strokes are so compact, his elbows are so tight to his body. So hard to read where he's going to go.
And you have to think, even though Sherry clearly working on his fitness, he's lost some weight, he's moving well, it's still tough.
Sure.
He's one of the older players playing singles. And he's got to be feeling just the fatigue of, a long 3-game match.
Yep, he had a previous one with Newman that went 13-11, as we mentioned earlier. So that's 2 back-to-back 3-game matches. That's a lot on anyone.
Another match point here for Joseph. He gets it done. I mean, and they're good buds, so nothing but love between those two. But it is Gabriel Joseph after a bit of an abysmal start in game 1. Ends up taking it, looking to defend his title. He heads to the semis to take on Kyle Lewis. But we have our second semi up next. It's going to be Dylan Frazier taking on Federico Staxrud. That is coming up right after this. Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with defending champion from last year's SoCal tournament, Gabriel Joseph. Game 1. How do you shake that off after not a great start? And we know you're a bit of an emotional player. You can get down on yourself. Really? Someone told me that. Is that not true? Someone told me that. Excuse you, Dylan.
I'm a little sensitive and emotional, I think.
So how do you shake off game 1 and get back into it?
I always get off to bad starts for whatever reason, but honestly, kudos to Sherber. I love Ryan. That's my boy. He served really well. Like, his ball was coming deep, and then his pass shots were just, like, so good that, I just felt always a step behind. Then I kind of remember at Casa Grande when he beat me, I was like, I just need to get up to the kitchen and defend, because I think, you guys can probably attest, I think up at the net I can cover just as good as anybody. So, just try to regroup, refocus. He came up with some really good balls. I hit a couple unforced errors, but, it was anybody's game at the end.
Yeah, that third game, you were facing down a match point. Two. Well, the one, 8-10, where you had to clutch, get it, and come back. The first one you were facing, in moments where you know you have to come out on top of this or it's done, how do you just mentally stay strong through that?
Big-time players make big-time plays. Honestly, I don't really think about it. Honestly, like I said this last interview with you, it's like at the end of the day, like, dude, I'm here playing pickle on a Sunday on Father's Day. Like, life is good. So
with your dad here watching.
With Pops, yes. Last year I won it. I'm also a father of a puppy, but yeah, Pops is here. So, hopefully we can go back to back this year.
All right. Well, you're taking on Kyle Lewis next in the semis, so we look forward to seeing that. But go take a break, towel off.
Yes.
Well done. We'll see you shortly.
Shout out to all the sponsors: Keto Crisp, Electrum, holding it down, Pickleball Exchange. Thank you guys.
Thanks, Gabe. Don't go anywhere. That first semi is coming up next. Dylan Frazier takes on Federico Staksrud right after this.
And welcome back to the APP SoCal Classic. Daniel Raditi with Lauren McLaughlin here in the booth,
Yes,
bringing
I'm
you
so sorry.
it's all good. Some singles action.
I was watching the J.W. Johnson, James Ignatowicz consolation bracket match that's going on right behind, and when I was just running back over here, James Ignatowicz was up 7-0 over JW. So we will certainly keep an eye on that, but you guys can see that match going on in the background.
Yeah, JW having a tougher day than he normally has, as you mentioned, going down to Hunter Johnson.
The thing, too, that's tough is all of the players in the back draw are like, what is JW doing down here?
Why are you here?
Get out of here. But right now, James Ignatowicz trying to get a win over Johnson, and right now they're about to change ends. He's up, I think, 8-0.
Wow.
So
see if the end change makes a difference.
So welcome here to our first semifinal match of the day. John Friesner is our USA Pickleball Certified referee. We have Federico Staxrud on the near end, taking on Dylan Frazier on the far end. Frazier going for a triple crown today. Would be his first. Staxrud, 26 years old, originally from Buenos Aires, Argentina. Attended Tennessee Wesleyan and then the University of New Orleans, where he played tennis, was an NAIA All-American, now in the Fort Myers, Florida area. And as we mentioned in the last one, Gabriel Joseph and Ryan Cherry do not play cat and mouse.
Nope.
Dylan Frazier does.
Yep.
Staxrud, I think, not so much, but maybe a little bit when he needs to.
Right. Right. He certainly prefers to just pass, use his ground strokes, but he's fast, so he can certainly do it, but I don't think it would be his preferred approach, especially against someone like Dylan, who's very comfortable in the kitchen and can dink so well. And I think Federico's going to want to just rely on his ground strokes.
And you mentioned a perfect reason why some players are so comfortable playing that cat and mouse is because they're really good doubles players.
Right.
So Federico Staxrud, he's really just a singles specialist right now. He's playing doubles a little bit more, but definitely still a bit in the beginning stages of getting the hang of doubles versus singles. So he's definitely relying a lot on his tennis background in the way that he plays singles. Looking for those passing shots. Good ground strokes from the baseline.
think I just heard the score is 0-9, JW and Ignatowicz. And of course, Ignatowicz is probably somebody else that people are like, what are you doing in the backdrop? Because he is.
Yeah, great player. But we have a very deep, talented field in our men's singles draw here today. As we do almost every tournament now, the singles game has exploded in the last 6 months to a year with tons of brand new talent, a lot of top-level tennis players transitioning over that either aren't playing pro anymore, you know, coming from high-level college tennis.
Yeah, I was warming up with Krista Gesheva just to get her ready for singles today, and as I'm hitting with her, I felt like, oh man, I wish I was playing today. And then I walked around and I watched the players. I'm like, no, I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm good. No,
never mind.
That was, good call.
A moment of insanity that I thought for a moment.
Yeah,
nope.
Good idea to not play today. That would have been done early. Probably would have been in time to be in the booth by 10.
Yeah,
could have done both.
You could have done it both. Done it all.
Just missing with that inside. He's been going to that inside out forehand. I want to see if he's going to switch it, and on one of those that he runs around, go up the line instead of inside out. Dylan just rushing a little bit with that cross-court dink attempt.
Oh, nice hands. Oh, nice hands from Stax.
Great get there.
Yeah, nice little exchange here at the net. And talking to Gabe Joseph after his last win, he did say he preferred this near end, which is where he played his best. And he said he didn't really know why. He thought maybe a slight breeze, but so far Staxrud out in front big, being on the possibly favored end right now.
Yeah, and I wonder if, you know, for the Ignatowicz JW, that may play a part now that JW is on this side. Wonder with that backdrop too, it's easier to see the ball. But he looks pretty frustrated.
He's talking to himself, throwing his hands at the sky. It looks like he really just is at a loss, I think, for the position he finds himself in.
Oh, the let court winner there from Frazier.
Long there from Dylan. Oh, just great hands from Staxrud. Oh, and then just gets a little rushed on that final one.
Yeah, it's almost like he didn't expect the ball to come right at him. He wasn't ready.
All right, Frazier gaining a little ground here. Timeout here. Looks like Staxrud trying to eat a little bit of a banana over there. And again, it's not very warm in Southern California. You know, low 70s. Nice breeze for those of us not playing, but it's warm on the court.
It is. It is.
It's warm on the court. You know, you're in the sun the whole time. Takes a lot out of you.
Yeah, it definitely feels warmer than 70. I mean, out on the court. The court's obviously always going to be a little hotter anyway because of the surface, but grease picking up right now, just as that point was getting going on the back of Stocksrud, going at Frazier's face. But almost like a side wind, it's not straight ahead. Well, he's having a lot of success with that inside-out forehand. Wow.
Ignatowicz just won.
That's a great shot by Frazier. Yeah, that was, and it was probably 15-2. JW never got anything going. He's clearly upset.
First bad day JW Johnson's had in a really, really long time.
Yeah, welcome to how the rest of us live.
I mean, it's hard being at the top.
Yeah, I was talking to Hayden. He had a tough day today too. He played Ignatowicz. I'll wait till after this. Just missing on that game point, and he, after coming off the court with Ignatowicz, he's like, I think that's the best player I've ever played in my life. So clearly Ignatowicz is playing really well right now.
Is a player that's going to be at the top very quickly. He's already getting close, pushing all the top players, obviously just beating JW to stay alive. And that's just going to keep happening. These really top-level tennis players. He's 21 years old. Played some tennis at Vanderbilt. Just super tall, athletic.
Well, first game goes to Stocksrud.
I mean, Stocksrud, another one of the new names and faces that just really started to become a household name within the last 6 months or so. So he is certainly proving he deserves to be here. And we will have game number 2 in our semifinal match right after this. Welcome back, and there's Georgia Johnson and JW Johnson as he is done for the day, and I'm sure we'll take a minute to feel a little bit better. But he's watching good friend Dylan Frazier as he's trying to fight for his opportunity at a Triple Crown. Federico Stocksrud on the far end took game 1 11-5. Let's see if, like our previous match, Frazier has more success on this end of the court. Lauren McLaughlin along with Daniel Roditi here in the booth for our final day of coverage at the APP SoCal Classic here in Encinitas, California. Next weekend we are in Los Angeles for our second little SoCal swing tournament.
Yeah, that's going to be fun. New location.
Mm-hmm.
Point.
Dylan Frazier, 20 years old, going to be a junior at the University of Missouri where he is studying accounting, but for right now he's on summer break, so it's going to be all pickleball this summer.
We have a little update here. We'll give in just a minute. Ryan Sherry, after that loss to Joseph, withdrew from the back draw from the consolation bracket.
Nice pick up there from Staxrud, and then Frazier.
Missing with ATP.
It's almost one of those things too where he had too many options because he could have just gone, cross court, dropped it in, ATP, and you mentioned yesterday that Anna Bright twirls her paddle a lot, especially before she serves. Dylan Frazier twirls it always.
All the time.
Just wide.
Just
there.
missing with that shot. Oh, good
that's
try.
Tough. Just couldn't quite get there. Nice angle from Staxrud.
Yeah, that's where, maybe a tennis, someone like Gabe would have slid.
Oh, yeah.
Just Dylan doesn't have the experience in knowing how to do that.
Yeah. Dylan Frazier, one of the players with no racket sport background.
Yeah, baseball guy. Oh, great job by Stockford recognizing that Frazier was in trouble, moved into that ball, took it out of the air before Frazier could recover. Yeah, does it again.
Good anticipation from Frazier. Actually got a paddle on it.
Yep.
Guessed right where it was going, but couldn't do much with it.
So good from Stockford right there with that backhand up the line. Almost basically froze Frazier there, thinking maybe he was going cross court.
We're going to have a timeout from Frazier as a result, as Staxrud inching his way closer to taking this semifinal match and securing one of the spots in the winner bracket final. The other spot will go to the winner of Kyle Lewis versus Gabriel Joseph.
Yep. And in the back, Ignatowicz waiting for the winner of Tardio and Newman. And Rafa Hewitt moving on because of Sherry pulling out. Will be taking on Hunter Johnson.
Okay. He's the one that delivered the first loss to J.W. Johnson earlier. Ignatowicz delivering the second.
So that'll be the two sort of... Oh, no, not quite semifinals, the quarterfinals of the back.
And in our women's pro singles, we have our semifinals set. Jeannie Erokina will take on Mary Brasha, and Susanna Barr takes on Anna Bright. So, a bit of an upset as well. Georgia Johnson being beat by relatively newcomer Jeannie Erokina.
Yeah.
11-6, 11-8.
Jeannie had a good run with Sierra Gayton Leach yesterday. They had some good wins. Yeah. Dylan doing the same thing that Federico did earlier, moving in, taking that ball out of the air.
4 seconds. Side out.
Yeah, Staxford just keeps getting better and better.
Yep.
7-4.
Just really having fairly consistent results.
Yeah, and he's really he's working a lot on his doubles game. He's getting a lot better. He played mixed doubles with Mary Brasha in a big tournament here recently. Had a really good run, had some good wins. It was his first time playing mixed in a tournament, kind of like Alex Newman, a couple days ago, and had great results. So I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of him in doubles as well.
All right, Frazier getting 2 errors back-to-back from Staxrud. And Staxrud's going to call a timeout as a result. Frazier just 1 away from tying it up. Frazier has to win this second game to force a third, unless he wants to start doing some battle in the back draw as well.
A little lighter crowd today for Singles Day.
It's Father's Day.
It's Father's Day. Yeah, a lot of people have plans.
Day.
People are enjoying time with family.
We don't blame them at all.
Of course. We do have amateur mix going on today, so we have some
We
mix.
do have some people around watching,
Yeah.
cheering on friends and family. And in addition to Father's Day, it's also Happy Juneteenth.
Exactly.
Hanging. 6, 7. Side out. 7-6.
Just missing
Point.
was Frazier there.
8-6.
Ooh, Frazier lucks out on that one, gets the rollover, but I think he knows. Oof, got away with that one there.
Side out. 8-6.
Definitely more rare in singles to see non-tennis, background players come in and do well. Dylan is one of those exceptions.
Oh, just couldn't quite get there. Some good gets, though.
10-6.
Match point. Oh, sorry.
And that'll get it done. So Federico Staxford, the number 2 seed, takes out the number 3 seed Dylan Frazier and will drop him down into the consolation bracket. He heads to the winner bracket final, though. And we will head to the Franklin studio to talk to him before he gets there. And then more singles pickleball action right after this.
so ready for next gen.
This is Next Gen Pickleball. I'm so ready for the Next Gen Tour.
Super excited about next gen.
I can't wait for the APP Next Gen Tour.
I'm super excited for next gen.
If you like to dink, then Pickleball Magazine has what you're looking for. Our bi-monthly print publication will help you become a better player with instructional tips, drills, and articles from the top teaching pros in the sport. And you'll become a healthier, stronger player with psychological, nutritional, and wellness advice from experts in their fields. Finally, if it's product reviews or the latest news, we have that too. To learn more or to subscribe today, go to pickleballmagazine.com.
Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Federico Staksrud, who is heading to our winner bracket final after defeating Dylan Frazier. Do you find when you play a player like Dylan, who does not come from a tennis background, so a little unorthodox in the way that he plays, is that a little harder to read what he's going to do and where he's going?
Absolutely, especially when we're getting that cat and mouse game. You just can't tell, and that's why he's so good at doubles. I mean, he's an incredible player in singles, but that's what makes him like so unpredictable, you know?
So you come from a very high-level tennis background, which of course helps in your singles game, but you're really working a lot on your doubles game as well, trying to incorporate that more. Do you think playing more doubles and learning that strategy is going to help you then in your singles play?
Absolutely. I think both complement well. You can just get some shots from both disciplines, and yeah, I enjoy playing all of them. So it's kind of hard playing all of those, but it's fun.
You are living in Florida now. California, it's a different kind of heat, different kind of environment. How are you finding that it's playing differently than Florida?
Last week I don't think I played well. It took me a while to get used to it, but yeah, just the ball flies more, a little bit more, so I had to do some adjustments with the paddle, like move some lead tape around, and it's working well now.
Well, congratulations. You're into the winner bracket final. We'll see you in a little bit later today. Don't go anywhere. More singles action still to come here at the APP SoCal Classic.
If SoCal has you wondering, where do I begin? Start here. Cheering for the visiting team? Here's your line of scrimmage. Come for a culinary odyssey? Tonight's special is everything. Here for work? Hang around for the weekend. Hit 3 theme parks. Crush coffees or crafty beers or whatever strikes your fancy. Because with friendly locals, Main Street vibes, easy accommodations, and all of SoCal within reach, no matter what you've come to get up to, in El Segundo, we'll invite you to start here.
Welcome back to the APP SoCal Classic. Lauren McLaughlin and Daniel Roditi here on Championship Court, and we are going to have a consolation bracket match between Gabriel Tardio and Alex Newman. Alex in the white on the far end, Gabriel Tardio in the black. Peggy Friesner is our USA Pickleball Certified referee for this match. This is going to be 1 match to 15. Our players will switch ends at 8. Gabriel Tardio, 16 years old, out of Jupiter, Florida.
Yep, looks like we have Hunter Johnson and Rafa Hewitt right behind them.
They are also playing to 15 to try and stay alive. Alex Newman, 24 years old, originally from California, now in New York. Attended Northwestern University, where he was a practice player on their tennis team. Majored in political science. Had a really great run on Friday, as we mentioned a little bit earlier, playing mixed doubles with Paris Todd, getting his first ever pro medal, period.
Yeah, it's exciting.
They get themselves a bronze medal. Nice spot there from
Great roll.
Tardio. Again, we talked about Tardio yesterday. 16 years old, just so much talent, still so much growth to do. I think there's always going to be an element of a younger player's game that's kind of missing, the experience of those high-pressure situations of playing a college sport, of playing, at a semi-professional level that adults just have just from the experience. The years that they've played a sport just kind of hardens them mentally.
Right.
So you see a little bit in the younger players, some impatience, some, uncertainty. Sometimes their confidence wanes a little bit, but the talent just unbelievable.
Yeah. Such well-played point right there by Tardia. Goes deep to the Newman backhand, then a drop, and then easy winner up to the open court. Really, really well played. Looks like Anna Bright took care of business there in her semifinal match against Susanna Barr. She's moving on to a winner bracket final. Waiting for the winner of the Brasha match. Are Gabriel's parents here?
I always almost see his father, but I'm not sure I have yet, so I think his mom might be here. Or the Johnson family has taken him in, like they do often. So he may just be here.
Yep, at
Chaperoned by the
Indianapolis.
Johnsons.
Yeah, at Indianapolis, it was his first tournament without his family, traveling on his own. Shiv was there with him. Of course, him being so young can be nerve-wracking for the parents to just let him travel. Not on his own, but without them.
It just feels different. Just feels different not having your family.
Yep.
Ooh, nice leave there from Tardio.
Oh, fortunate there. But I think that ball was going to get past Newman either way. Just got a little help from the net. A ball just long from Newman.
Tardio and Newman, the 11 and 12 seeded players respectively. Let's see, Newman got a lot of backhand roll when he was up that kitchen line trying to take those out of the air, keeping Tardio back, which he was able to do.
That was that kind of reminded me of a Ryan Sherry backhand right there. Very compact. He just sort of punched it up the line very effectively. Took it early to not give Tardio a chance to get there. Wow.
Oh, right on that corner.
And that is a very unique serve. I haven't seen anybody serve with that big of a loop, you know, just a high arcing ball. Almost like it's like a lob serve with a lot of pace and topspin. Yep.
Oh, nice. Yeah, Navratil has a serve very similar to that. One of his serves.
Yeah, he's got a few.
But yeah, Newman's got definitely a funky serve that's effective for sure.
Yep. Let's put away. One man's opinion, and no one's asking me, but I think they need to just get rid of that serve.
I think there's people that are with you.
Yeah, I don't think it's, anyway.
What's your ideal serve situation? That they just go back to the old way? Or everyone's got to drop serve it? What evens the playing field?
I think you don't have to do a drop serve. I just think not allowing people to spin the ball with their hand.
Just no extra force on the ball.
Yeah, just a regular toss. I mean, obviously table tennis has adopted that. You have to toss it with an open hand so that you can't spin the ball. I just think that the pickleball doesn't bounce true all the time by itself without any spin because of the holes, because of just variations on the ball.
Right. Oh, geez. Oh, he got it. Oh, my gosh.
Little tweener there.
I mean, he didn't have a choice. That ball bounced almost into him.
Into his body, yeah.
So he was trying to come around it, and then with that spin, kicks it right, and he has no option but the tweener and hits it beautifully.
Oh, it's beautiful inside out from Newman. sometimes people make the argument with tennis that in tennis you're allowed to basically do anything and hit as hard, but in tennis you have service turns. You get to serve and then I get to serve. In pickleball, you could theoretically win the whole game and your opponent never gets a chance to serve. I didn't like the footwork on Tardio. He just was so unsure. I think he didn't know where he was on the court. But he needed to back up one more step. That ball kind of got behind him.
So Alex Newman gets himself the 8th point first, which triggers the end change. So he will conclude this match to 15 on the near end. Gabriel Tardio will head to the far end here as we are into our final day of play at the APP SoCal Classic at the Bobby Riggs Tennis at Racket Club in Encinitas, California. It's been a beautiful weekend. Some amazing pickleball has been played. And I'm looking forward to more of the same next weekend as we head to Los Angeles.
Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of fun. Well played by Newman, recognizing that floating ball moving in, taking it out of the air.
Only playing singles as he transitioned in. And now playing more doubles, having success, learning it.
That's a great forehand.
I think it only is helping to round his game out.
Yep. Yeah, and there's doubles shots that you can implement into singles, those drops, those rolls, that doubles forces you to work on a lot more.
Yeah, Tardio just having some unforced errors here.
Yeah, it's tough. That serve does put so much pressure, especially because he's passing so well, so you know your return has to be really good. Like again, yeah, that's 2 in a row right there because he knows Newman's really dialed in with that forehand. And so it just puts so much pressure as a returner.
And this is tough because, Tardio should absolutely be calling a timeout.
Yeah.
Should have several ago, and the fact that he's not.
That's a little bit of the inexperience.
It's that he's kind of resigned himself to the outcome. And that's tough. I want to see him still fight.
Oh, just missed.
Oh, lob serve there from Joseph, trying to mix it up.
Tardio.
Excuse me.
Same
it's
name.
because I was talking about Joseph in the chat, and that was in my mind. My bad. Someone was asking who is the Kyrgios of pickleball,
Baby
and
Kyrgios.
I said Gabriel Joseph. He's Baby Kyrgios. That's literally his nickname. Apologies, Gabriel.
Yeah.
The other Gabriel. So Tardio will be done for the day. Alex Newman takes care of business here in our match to 15, so he moves on. We will have more singles action coming up next here on Championship Court. I believe I see some ladies getting ready to play, so we will be bringing you more coverage at the APP SoCal Classic when we return right after this.
If SoCal has you wondering, where do I begin? Start here. Cheering for the visiting team? Here's your line of scrimmage. Come for a culinary odyssey? Tonight's special is everything. Here for work? Hang around for the weekend. Hit 3 theme parks. Crush coffees or crafty beers or whatever strikes your fancy. Because with friendly locals, Main Street vibes, easy accommodations, and all of SoCal within reach, no matter what you've come to get up to, in El Segundo, we'll invite you to start here.
Welcome back, everyone, to Championship Court. We are going to have another consolation bracket match. Here in our women's pro singles bracket, we have Tatiana Rule, who is in the white. She is 26 years old, lives in Magnolia, Texas. She played college tennis at Prairie View A&M, a small D1. And she is now a teacher and coach in Texas. Started playing pickleball about a year ago and played her first ever pro event at Casa Grande at the end of last year. She takes on Krista Gecheva, who is 30, originally from Bulgaria, but grew up in London. She attended the University of Wyoming, where she taught tennis for a while, and also in Arizona. And she just started playing pickleball in October of last year in the fall, and her first ever pro event was at the APP Mesa tournament earlier this year. So 2 fairly new players. Saw Tatiana Rule also play at Legacy earlier this year as well. So 2 of the newer faces on the women's scene. This is going to be a match to 15. Our players will switch ends at 8. There, the Rule is the number 5 seed. Getcheva is the number 9 seed. And Getcheva will start us off serving on the near end. But sends it a little long. And it looks like Getcheva was a little upset at you. She thought you might have had something to do with her being on center court, which I don't think she was terribly thrilled about. It can be a lot sometimes for newer players.
Yeah, I had nothing to do with it. I do know Krista. We played a tournament recently, and she's from the same area there where I am. She's up in Newport Beach. She has an incredible two-handed backhand. Not that one.
I mean, that was a one-handed
she actually
one,
has
too.
she actually has a really good slice return on both sides, forehand and backhand. They can be really tough to return. I anticipate she's probably a little nervous right now.
Yeah. Definitely a little bit of nerves when you're not used to playing on the live stream.
Right.
Having a little bit more people watching.
Especially being newer to the sport, she's still trying to figure out the sport, so the confidence isn't quite there yet. We see it there on the missed returns. That's a shot she normally makes on a consistent basis.
And both of these ladies, as I mentioned, only playing at the pro level or entering pro events since really early this year. But Tatiana Rule been playing pickleball a little bit longer than Getcheva. Just a little bit more experience getting used to the game coming from tennis.
Great approach there from Getcheva. Gets the side out. Let's see if she can put some things together. Down 0-5, mostly on errors.
It looked a little out.
Oh, that's nice.
And update our other semifinal match that we were going to have on center court, but they did not want to wait. Kyle Lewis defeating Gabriel Joseph.
Wow.
11-5, 11-5. So Kyle Lewis having quite a day. He will take on Federico Staxrud in the winner bracket final, which is coming up next on championship court in our men's pro singles bracket.
Wow, that is surprising. Not that Lewis is not capable of beating Joseph, but just with that score and so quickly. He's playing really, really well, obviously.
So drop volley there from Getcheva. She gets up to the net. And a lot of times in the women's singles game, especially from tennis players, we've seen a lot recently where it kind of looks like a tennis game.
Yep.
They're staying at the baseline, a lot of ground strokes, a lot of passing shots. And it takes a while for new players to the singles game, especially from tennis, to learn coming to the net.
Yep.
Trying to get those short volleys.
We saw an example of that two-handed backhand just before that, and she hits another one, and there it is. And she's got that shot. Just want to see her be confident with it, go for her serve a little bit more. And she's doing that. She's right back in this.
It seems like just took her a little bit to
I think we have a
get
timeout
settled.
possibly. Yep. Timeout called.
Yep, timeout by Tatiana Rule as Krista Getcheva is making a comeback here. When you're coaching new players that are coming in from tennis, especially, what do you think is the biggest challenge they face coming into pickleball that you try and teach them quickly that's different from tennis, that they need to kind of get in their mindset?
I think the use of that short angle roll shot, especially in singles. Usually in tennis, you're trying to drive the ball deep. You're not using sharp angles as much. You're just trying to, because the court's so much bigger. So you're trying to pass, hitting the ball deep. Whereas here, you actually want to make your passing shots drop much sooner, and especially if you're going cross court. So developing that cross court passing shot in singles is crucial. Because of the kitchen, you can't cut it off as a person at the kitchen line. You can't step in, obviously, so you can't cut off the angle. So I think that's one of the big ones that I want to teach people right away. Changing up her serve to a slice. She does like to slice her serve and mix it up with some topspin from time to time. We'll see what kind of serve she uses this time.
Rule trying to make her move to the kitchen line. She does get there, and then just tough. Leaves that just much too short into the net, but
Rule was on the wrong side. Didn't realize what the score was. Yeah, I wanted to see her come in on that shot, but she looked hesitant. She ended up trying to move forward, but it almost looked like she was going to stay back and then decided to go, and it just changing her mind led to the error. Oh, yeah, that's a great shot by Rule.
It's beautiful. Yeah, I think you see that also with the tennis players that come over. They know they're supposed to get up to the net, but they're not comfortable doing so.
Right.
So it's like a, do I? Wait, I'm thinking about it. It usually takes them much longer than players a little more used to the game.
Yeah, and I think on the women's side, the hesitation too is that a lot of these women can pass really well, and they don't quite have the reach when you're at the kitchen line as a lot of the men do. Just, men often being taller, having longer arms, longer legs, just being able to reach more balls. They feel very vulnerable, the women do sometimes when they come up to the kitchen line, and just they feel unsure of kind of what to do once they get there. And so just needing to get comfortable, knowing the angles, knowing the most likely shot they're going to see, and just trusting. And it comes with just doing it. And you get past a few times, you kind of learn, okay, that's where I need to cut off that angle. That's where I need to kind of step a little bit more to the right or the left. But unless you do it, you don't get that confidence, don't get that experience.
Yeah, it's one thing to talk about it or have it explained to you, and it's another doing it.
Yes.
Putting it into action, making it part of your game.
Right.
But Tatiana Rule has gotten the 8th point first after Getcheva was catching up fast. Oh man, I almost made a terrible pun with her name. I'm not going to do it. So Tatiana Rule now on the near end in the white. Krista Getcheva in the green shorts on the far end.
There's that backhand. Oh, it was open. That cross court was open.
think Rule is starting to recognize a little bit that Getcheva is so good with that backhand.
Yep.
Perhaps trying to avoid it a little bit more.
Often takes people a minute to realize that.
Oh,
that's just so good.
Fired that.
Yeah. Yeah, the return was too short from Getcheva. Rule taking advantage of that and ripping that forehand. Nothing that Getcheva could do. Yeah, but let's see if she starts going to her forehand more now. Yeah, great volley. Usually a telltale sign is when someone doesn't run around their backhand and they could, you know they feel very comfortable with their backhand. A lot of players like to run around and hit a forehand. That's going to go long.
I think that's tough too about players that want to stay at the baseline and just hit the ground strokes is they risk over-hitting it because they're trying to keep it
Trying
deep.
to put pressure, yeah, exactly.
And you're going to just really toe that line of...
Yeah, you see Getcheva slices her forehand often, actually. I'd like to see her get more comfortable just rolling that ball, but she tries to use that slice to just try to stay in the point. A little bit of wind, that ball carried.
Yeah, Rule's had a couple she's just sent long. Tied up at 9s now. This is 1 match to 15. One of these ladies will carry on and one will be done for the day.
Yep, the winner of this will take on Jeannie Arokina, who just lost to Mary Brasha in the semifinal, the winner bracket semifinal. Getcheva had open court there with that volley. Oh.
Thinking this match is going to come down to the wire between these two ladies.
Yep.
A very close matchup between the two of them.
Yeah, that's an example right there of Getcheva slicing that ball. She needs to hit topspin. When you're trying to pass, it's really hard to pass with a slice. She needed to hit that ball with topspin. That's a great return. Great return. And Rule, with the wind at her back, has been doing a good job of pushing those serves deep. Pushing Getcheva back, but that time she had a really good return.
Drops
that was in, yeah.
Yeah, and that's tough because Rule is, it looks like, making a very conscious effort. She followed her return in, which is, you know, as soon as you could go to the net. So she's making an effort to get up to that net. She knows it's important, but Getcheva is just, she's catching her. Just wide. And we're going to have a timeout from Rule as Getcheva now takes a 1-point lead. So Getcheva getting a little coaching from Kyle Worthy, who we saw excuse me, Zach Taylor.
Zach
I was
Taylor.
like, that's not good. Zach Taylor, who we saw on mixed doubles day. If you're Rule, I mean, you want to get to the net, but she's getting burned a couple times. So does she stay back, give herself a better chance, or does she still try and get to the net?
So she's on the right side right now. Typically, you would tell people go up the line. You try to return up the line. I think in this case, she needs to go to Getcheva's forehand. And Getcheva has been going cross-court with her forehands almost every time. And so you kind of guess that way. There she goes. That's exactly what she did. Yeah, well played by Getcheva.
I think going, you mentioning where to return, I think that's something at the pro level that then starts to play in that wouldn't necessarily I got it, come in at a lower level. Sometimes, in amateur levels, you're just trying to return it.
Right.
Just get it in. That's all you're thinking about. But then at pro, where you return is very important.
Yeah, the reason that you typically want to go up that line is because the open court is cross court for your opponent, which means the ball has to go past you to get to that spot, which means gives you a better chance. Whereas if you return cross court, unless that return is really good and really deep, it's much easier to pass up the line for your opponent because it doesn't have to go has to go in front of you, and so it's kind of an easier passing shot to hit. Ooh, miss it. Yeah, we don't have the technology, but I would be drawing lines on this screen here for the viewers. We're just not quite there yet. One day.
Touch screen.
Yeah, a little touch screen.
X's, O's. That would be really cool.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, what an effort. Oh, no.
Oh, so good. What a great volley, but great effort by Rule getting to those shots. I mean, that was a tough ball that Getcheva
really
had to hit, and she had so much backspin on that. Trying to get the match point, and she does.
She's been, and the thing is, she's not passing her with these low drives. She's lofting and dipping these shots.
It seems like Rule is off balance when those balls are being hit. Otherwise, she should have no problem getting to those, and that's the match.
So really nicely played between these two ladies. Tatiana Rule ultimately done for the day, but a really close matchup. But Krista Getcheva comes out on top 15-12. She will carry on here in the back draw of our pro women's singles. But we have our men's pro singles winner bracket final coming up next. Federico Staksrud takes on Kyle Lewis right after this. APP SoCal Classic is brought to you by Pickleball Central, the Pickleball Superstore, catering from beginners to pros. Yola, for the champion in you. SunMed, the official CBD sponsor of the APP. And Chavile, modern pickleball apparel that reminds people to be civil and play nicely. Welcome back into the action here at the APP SoCal Classic. We have our men's pro singles winner bracket final coming up right now. Somchai Moy will be our USA Pickleball certified referee for this matchup between Federico Staxrud in the blue and Kyle Lewis in the gray on the far end. Kyle Lewis, 33 years old, out of Santa Barbara, California. Once again, another SoCal representative. And he has had quite a day. Took on Hunter Johnson earlier, who defeated J.W. Johnson in their first round matchup and came out on top at a very tight 3-game match. Then defeating Gabriel Joseph in the semifinals, 11-5, 11-5. And now he takes on 26-year-old Federico Staxrud, originally from Argentina.
Yeah, I spoke to Gabriel Joseph, kind of asked him what happened. I was surprised by the result. And he said he just got hot and never stopped. So that's what happens in pickleball. These games are short, can be short.
Especially in singles.
You get on a roll. Or on the other side, you're just making errors, and it just can get away really, really quickly. That's great. Two-hander there by Staxrud.
So Kyle Lewis defeated Eric Forsyth in their first matchup, 11-5, 11-0. And then Matt Goebel withdrew. So he had Julian Arnold withdrew. And then he defeated Matt Goebel 11-4, 11-3 to face Hunter Johnson, as we mentioned. That was 11-5, 1-11, 11-9. And then Joseph 11-5, 11-5. So very nice run so far for Kyle Lewis, the number 9 seed here today.
Almost. Great effort there by Staxrud, getting to several of those balls, sliding in, keeping the ball in play, but just not enough. Nice ATP from Staxrud.
Yeah, and he's had no easy run either. Had to take on Craig Johnson after a bye, 11-2, 11-0, but then faced James Ignatowicz, who delivered the final blow to J.W. Johnson earlier. Really nicely done getting that out of the air. He defeated Ignatowicz 11-3, 11-8, and then took out Dylan Frazier 11-5, 11-6. So Staxrud playing very well here today. Both of these gentlemen on the podium.
That's a great passing shot. And on the far end, we see Frazier taking on Hunter Johnson in the consolation bracket.
Yep, Hunter Johnson defeating Rafa
Oh,
Hewitt.
looks like he just won that. Looks like Hunter Johnson moves on.
Johnson is having a day himself.
And Alex Newman is taking on James Ignatowicz in one of our outer courts over here. I'm sure that's a good match as well.
My goodness, this is a day of unexpected results here in men's pro singles. I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone would have put J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier on the podium, and both are out now. Really nice spot there
And
from
probably
Lewis.
expected Joseph to be in this winter bracket final.
Joseph
And,
right up there possibly on the podium.
He can certainly make his way back, but it's going to be tough. I mean, there's some really great players still in. Whoever comes through between Newman and Ignatowicz is going to be really tough.
Yeah, I mean, Alex Newman having a great day. Oh, he almost missed that. That was very nonchalant.
It was.
But Staxrud just out in front and in control. Although Lewis has been playing very well, I think the score is a little...
And it's like we said, right? I mean, this game could go 11-1 or 11-2, maybe even 11-0 for Staxrud, and we could very easily see Lewis in the second game win by the same margin and then have a really tight third game, kind of like what we saw with Sherry and Joseph earlier. Each guy running away with games 1 and 2, and then a super tight game 3. I wouldn't be surprised if we see something similar here.
Yeah, but right now it's all Federico Staxrud. Kyle Lewis with the timeout. Again, final day of coverage here through our gold medal matches in men's and women's pro singles. We're back next weekend with more pickleball and a lot of the same players that you've seen here today, especially the California players, West Coast players. We'll see a lot of them again next weekend. Oh,
yeah, good.
Nice job from Lewis.
Good job by Lewis. I would have liked to have seen Staxrud when he first attempted that backhand pass to come in, like we've seen him do a few times, and take the next ball out of the air. He decided to stay back. Didn't quite work out for him that time, but he's got a good lead. Yeah, those are just great shots by Lewis. Those are well-struck balls to both sidelines. Federico talking to himself in Spanish.
You can maybe tell me what he's saying.
I didn't quite hear him, but... Lewis with a fortunate let clip there, but you know, that ball might have been in anyway. It didn't look like Staxrud could really get to that ball. I mean, Lewis is just, he's on a roll right now. I anticipate a timeout maybe soon. I would think if Stocksrud doesn't get a side out here, we're going to see a timeout. That would be my guess.
Really shallow return.
The ball misses, and there's a timeout.
Just as you predicted.
He was up 7-0, and just like that, Lewis is right back in it. We could see from those shots how he was able to take out someone like Joseph, 11-5, 11-5. I mean, we've seen him just hit some incredible shots here against Stocksrud.
Kyle Lewis teaching pickleball at the Riviera Country Club. Again from Santa Monica, California. I think he's been playing for a while. He's been around the pro circuit, but just hasn't got notable results very often.
I'm surprised that I mean, I've seen his name, but I'm surprised that I haven't seen him just around. I'm not too far from where he is, and you know, a lot of times players in LA come down Orange County and get rec games, and I just have not seen him. Oh, that ball stays in.
Lets it go. Easily stays in.
Yeah, good job there by Stocksrud. Finally gets a side out here. And so quickly, he was serving at 7-0. Now he is serving at 7-6.
Ooh, wow. Oh.
Almost. Oh, he
goodness.
just misses wide.
I can't believe he got to the one over the net, and then I can't believe he got to the next one.
Good gets there from Lewis. Well, that was in English. I think we all understood that one. We will not repeat it because we have children watching.
This is a family-friendly program.
Oh. Yeah, that's tough because he had that relatively easy volley to an open court to give himself game point. Instead, now Lewis within one. He returns a favor with an error.
Yeah, unexpected there.
And game point for Stocksrud in this game one.
Looks like he might be just kind of running away with it a little bit. But
timeout called by Lewis.
Kyle Lewis has made him work for it without question, and Lewis is going to take
very impressed with Lewis's ball striking ability.
So it looks like Kyle Lewis's tournament record starts in October of 20. So he's been playing pro tournaments for a while now. But I'm not sure if he has medaled yet in a pro event. Someone please correct me if you know otherwise, but
well, so he's going to see his first. If that's true.
Yeah. Which we've seen a couple of those already this weekend, so.
Great return.
Oh, Federico off the fence.
Wow, that was an incredible return by Lewis. Great get by Federico, and then being able to run that ball down to take game one.
Close game one. We'll see what happens in game two here in our men's pro singles winner bracket final right after this. Game number two about to kick off here in our men's pro singles winner bracket final. Federico Staksrud in the blue on the far end. Kyle Lewis in the gray on the near end. Both of these gentlemen on the podium already today. Winner of this heads to gold, loser to bronze.
1-0.
He got it. Staksrud let that go, but
wow. It's a great shot.
and like I mentioned, I think this is going to be Kyle Lewis's first pro medal.
That's great. Good for him.
He has had an unbelievable day.
He's beaten some really tough players. Oh. The ball had spin plus wind. Lewis says too good. You know, one of the things that I'm
1-1.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, one of the things that I'm really impressed with Lewis is his returns are so deep. Even though Staksrud's serves are really, really good, really deep, he kind of leans into the court.
2-1.
Yeah, it's too good from Staksrud. Lewis not able to come in on that return that time, but he's been really striking the ball well in his returns, pushing the ball deep. That time not quite as much, giving Staksrud an opportunity to come in.
Yeah, Lewis.
He's hitting good returns. He's kind of hesitating. It's almost like he's not coming in all the way. Like he goes halfway and then he starts moving to the side. Even though his returns are really, really good and deep. There we go. That's better. He charged immediately after hitting the ball.
And we have several matches still to go in our backdraw before we're going to know who's into the bronze medal match
Yeah,
here.
it looks like
for
Ignatowicz and Newman are just coming off the court. We don't know who won that.
Get that. Winner takes on Gabriel Joseph. And then the winner of that will take on Hunter Johnson to get into that bronze medal match.
Well, I just asked Alex as he was walking by, thumbs up or thumbs down. Looks like he lost to Ignatowicz.
James Ignatowicz will take on Gabriel Joseph. Then next in the back draw. And then winner of that gets Hunter Johnson, who's also having quite a day.
Yep. Yeah, that's a great inside-out forehand from Lewis. That volley by Stocksrud, just not enough on it. Kind of sat up too much.
Side out.
Next up on center court, we will have our women's pro singles winner bracket final. Mary Brasha takes on Anna Bright. That will be next.
Yay.
Point. Five-two.
Oh, wow. I mean, what a reach to even put a paddle on this from Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of luck, but it was a great shot regardless. I mean, it was going to go a little deeper, and I think Stocksrud would have gotten to it, but still a great shot either way. Misses just wide with that pass attempt up the line.
Five-two. Point.
Get a timeout called here from Lewis.
1 minute. 6-2.
And we saw a similar situation in game one where Stocksrud was out in front. And Lewis able to mount a comeback, not quite getting to the end, but
yeah, got 7-0 to 7-6.
looks like some more bananas are coming out.
Yeah. Trying
over
not
there.
to, trying not
It's
to
a
cramp.
tough weekend, you know, singles on the last day. If you've played, especially mixed and doubles, you know, even if you didn't do amazing in those days, it's a lot all in a row.
Did Kyle play? I don't know if we saw his name in the. He might have. Sorry, I don't actually know if he did or not. I know Federico did, but.
15 seconds.
I believe Kyle did play men's.
Okay.
And 1 time on left.
I lied. He did not. This is the only thing he's played
Time in.
this weekend, so
Yeah, same
never
as.
mind. He should be nice and fresh.
Same as
No
Joseph.
excuses.
Joseph did not play any doubles. He's just coming down for the singles.
7-2.
Oh, there's that. Yeah, we've seen that a couple times from Stocksrud. Just so much angle, so much spin on that volley. There's just no chance to get that ball. And with the wind going in his direction, that ball just spins and it gets blown almost back over to his side. Too tough for Lewis to get it. Nope. Wait.
8-2.
8-2. Oh, just so good.
Point.
Oh.
I mean, I was joking a little bit about him being fresh. He's played 4 matches already. They've been against really great players,
right.
really tough matches, so it can add up.
Yep. Just missed. Yep. It's all balls out. Yeah, and then when you're not, he doesn't play a ton of tournaments, and so from a stamina standpoint, versus someone like Federico, for example. Obviously, Federico's younger too, but he's constantly playing this much all the time, and so your body gets more used to that.
Point.
Yeah. So good. And that's one of the things that you asked me about, the adjustment from tennis. Just getting that ball to drop so much sooner, you know, not driving it back to that back line, because that gives your opponent a chance to take a ball out of the air. Versus getting, and especially now with the paddles, right? The technology is changing in pickleball. You can really roll that ball with a lot of pace. And as soon as it gets over the net, it just dips down so hard that even if your opponent can get a paddle on it, now they have to hit up on that ball over the net. And that time, Federico didn't even touch it because Lewis just hit such a clean ball. But both these guys just striking the ball so well.
This has been a really great match here for our winner bracket final.
Time in. 5-9. Side out.
Ball misses wide.
Yeah, Lewis is really hitting on top of the ball a lot, putting a lot of top spin, getting that ball to dip down, as you said.
There's another example of that. Good get.
Good rally.
Side out.
I love that he has a tennis-esque serve where he bounces the ball on the ground.
Wow, that's just a great volley.
My goodness.
Stretched out to the backhand, and then look at this reach, and just puts it
good.
inside that line. Yeah, that was all set up by the return. I would have liked to have seen Lewis hit a backhand. It took him way too far out of position to run around that ball. He would have been better off hitting a backhand, even if he just tries to drop it cross court.
There's going to be the second final timeout.
Timeout.
Kyle Lewis, as Federico
Match
Staksrud's going to have a match point coming out of this timeout. And I have to imagine a lot of people looked at the bracket today and are saying to themselves, who's Kyle Lewis?
Yep.
Because that is how pickleball is now.
Yep.
There are these players, and as I mentioned, he's been playing pro for a while now.
Yeah.
He's not new, but he's perhaps maybe having a more notable result here today than he has in the past, where people are suddenly saying, he beat who? He beat who?
Right.
What?
Right.
Like, who is this guy? Where did he come from?
Yeah.
And I think that is what pickleball is right now. It's not just the same stagnant people over and over and over again. We have these new people just flooding into the game.
I love
and
it.
sometimes they're going to start for a while. Nobody knows their names. They're not going to get great results, but they're getting into the flow of the pro scene. And then, something clicks, and then they start to get results. And then we know their name. We see them more and more. They start to become part of the conversation. And, I mean, Federico Staksrud was one of those names not too long ago.
Yep. Federico missing his serve on match point, missing it just wide. Lewis hoping to capitalize, gets 1 point here.
7-10.
All right, so Lewis is overruled. Oh, his face is basically right in the way.
Yeah, it's too hard.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's too hard. It's
not a good angle there, but
our ref overrules, so another match point for Staksrud. Let's see if Lewis can.
And that's it.
Wow, really nice match though between these two. But Federico Staksrud heads to the gold medal match, but Kyle Lewis heads to bronze.
Yep.
We'll see who he takes on after a few more matches still to play in the back draw. But we have our women's pro singles winner bracket final coming up next. Anna Bright takes on Mary Brasha. right after this.
If you like to dink, then Pickleball Magazine has what you're looking for. Our bi-monthly print publication will help you become a better player with instructional tips, drills, and articles from the top teaching pros in the sport. And you'll become a healthier, stronger player with psychological, nutritional, and wellness advice from experts in their fields. Finally, if it's product reviews or the latest news, we have that too. To learn more or to subscribe today, go to pickleballmagazine.com.
If SoCal has you wondering, where do I begin? Start here. Cheering for the visiting team? Here's your line of scrimmage. Come for a culinary odyssey? Tonight's special is everything. Here for work? Hang around for the weekend. Hit 3 theme parks. Crush coffees or crafty beers or whatever strikes your fancy. Because with friendly locals, Main Street vibes, easy accommodations, and all of SoCal within reach, no matter what you've come to get up to, in El Segundo, we'll invite you to start here.
I'm so ready for next gen.
This is Next Gen Pickleball. I'm so ready for the Next Gen Tour.
Super excited about next gen.
I can't wait for the APP Next Gen Tour.
I'm super excited for next gen.
Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here once again with Federico Staxer. This time he is headed to the gold medal match. So you have never played Kyle Lewis before. Just talked to him. This will be his first ever pro medal that he's winning. So when you're facing off against a player that you've never seen before, is there a bit of an adjustment in the beginning, learning their style?
Yeah, it's kind of like I try to do my plays, the ones that I know, and then as the game goes, I start figuring out where maybe his weak points are. But he was a great player. I think we're gonna see him for sure in these stages. And yeah, he came out a little bit more. I was a little bit more fresh, I think, and I think he felt that a little bit.
So now that you're into gold, I think every player would like to take the easy route into gold. You're undefeated so far through the day, but now you're going to have a little bit of a wait.
Yeah.
Until that gold medal is played, we're still waiting on the back door to see who gets into bronze. When you have that little bit of a wait, how do you make sure you don't, get cold, get tight going into that gold medal match?
Yeah, it's tough. But yeah, eat something, stretch, and then when I know the match is coming, maybe grab the paddle, ask someone to hit some balls, and get back in the court.
All right, well, congratulations. We're very excited to see you in that gold medal match a little bit later today. So go ahead and get all that stuff going. But we have our women's pro singles winter bracket final coming up right now. Mary Brasha takes on Anna Bright, so don't go anywhere. That's right after this. Welcome back here for our women's pro singles winner bracket final. Anna Bright in the purple on the far end, Mary Brasha in the white on the near end. Both these ladies 22 years old. Anna informed me I was incorrectly earlier this weekend saying she was 24, which I don't know why. I know she's not 24. I don't know how this mix-up happens, but my sincerest apologies. I believe it was her grandma who texted her and was like, why is that lady saying you're 24? So my apologies. 22, both of these ladies.
Yeah, they both just finished college.
Yep. Mary Brasha went to the University of Dayton for a couple years, which is where the Kawamoto twins went. I think they were actually possibly there at the same time for a little bit, and then she went to Biola to finish, got a film degree. And both of these ladies doing some work for Duper now.
Yep. I think Mary's doing some social media stuff for them.
0-1.
Pam Graves is our USA Pickleball Certified ref for this match. And the Brasha sisters, Maggie is younger sister of Mary. They have not played a ton because they've been focused on school, some other stuff, and so we've only seen them sort of minimally on the West Coast because this is where they live. But now it's the summer. They're excited to focus a little bit more on pickleball, so excited to see them.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. Maggie last weekend was very, very ill.
Oh, no.
With fever. And had to pull out of a tournament this past weekend. And so coming into this tournament, she didn't have a chance to practice.
Yeah, it's tough when you're coming
Body
out,
hadn't recovered.
Yeah. That's tough.
Stamina wasn't there yet. Yeah, stays in.
Maggie Brasha actually on the same team as Anna Bright for MLP. So they got to compete together there. And I have to imagine that was probably the first time Anna Bright had seen either of the Brasha sisters.
Breeze picking up. Oh, it's a great shot by Mary Brasha there. Yeah, it's a little bit into what you were saying in the previous match. People don't recognize names. A lot of it has to do with, you know, where the tournament is, right? Like the regional. There's a lot of players that, you know, can't do pickleball full time yet.
Sure.
They have a full time job. They have families. They just can't quite travel all over the place, so they play more regional tournaments. Or school, obviously. Timeout from Bright.
Timeout is Mary Brasha just coming out hot here in game 1 of this winter bracket final. Winner of this heads to gold. Loser will head to bronze. So both of these ladies already medalists as well, as they work their way through the back draw in our ladies bracket to see who is going to be making it back into that bronze medal match. But you obviously know the Brasha sisters very well. You coach them, good friends with the family. What do you think are some of the strengths that Mary has as a player that are going to be tough for Anna Bright right now?
Well, I think Mary's a total grinder. You know, having played, which of course same for Anna, having played college tennis, just that mental toughness. She's really mentally tough. She's got great ground strokes. She needs to get a little more comfortable, as a lot of the women do, as you were mentioning earlier, coming to the net.
So it looks like there's only one feeder match left in our women's backdraw. Lacey Schneeman is taking on Krista Getcheva, who we saw just a couple matches ago. Winner of that gets into bronze. So loser of this will take on the winner of that.
Yeah, they're good friends. They're actually staying at the same place during this tournament, so they know each other well.
Yeah, upset in the women's draw is that Georgia Johnson was knocked out completely.
Yep, Johnsons didn't have their best day today, but I'm sure we're going to see them. We're going to see them right back. They had great first couple of days on the podium, golds and silvers. Yep. Brasha definitely has a cheering section, her being more local, of course, than Bright. A lot of friends in the San Diego area. She often comes down to play here at Bobby Riggs.
Oh.
Yeah, fortunate leg court. I think that ball, you know, was going to go in. It was kind of, Bright was frozen by that shot. But fortunate for Brasha, it did dribble over. Yeah, Bright guessed right that time. Brasha would have been better off with the cross court, but Bright just slid to her left. Hit a great backhand volley.
Both of these ladies have great two-handed backhands. Oh, nice job, Mary Brasha, working that rally. Brasha sisters recently just signing with Team Selkirk.
Yep.
And Anna Bright recently signed with Team Yola. So congrats to both of them on those new deals. Woo.
Beautiful backhand up the line. Oh, just missing the right spot. Just overhit it a little bit. Yeah, good job by Bright to short hop that ball, take it off the half, kind of a half volley there, not allowing Brasha to get back and cover that open court. That's also kind of a tennis thing, just being able to move up on the ball, recognizing there's an open court. You take the ball early out of the air if you can. If not, a half volley and just sort of punch the ball to the open court.
And both these ladies just graduating within the last year, so they're coming off their tennis careers quickly here. We're able to implement a lot of those same strategies. Right. Getting a little more used to Brasha's style and shots and mounting a bit of a comeback here, back within 1. So we have a timeout here from Mary Brasha. Since Bright is coming back a little here, if you're coaching Mary right now, what do you tell her to make an adjustment in to be able to stay out in front?
I think a little bit right now, I would want to see her on this. Obviously, she's got to get this side out, right? So it's 6-7, return up the line, and then get up to that kitchen and just apply pressure. Now, it's a little risky. You have some, the wind plays a big part because you want to hit a good deep return, but you know you have the wind at your back, so it does can kind of play with your head a little bit. You don't want to miss it long, so then sometimes you pull back. But I want to see her push this ball up the line and then get up to the net, get the side out. That ball is short. Yeah, exactly what we were just talking about. You're trying to make a good deep return. I think that was a good effort, but there is a little bit of breeze.
And Jackie Kawamoto in the chat saying, "Let's go Flyers," which is the University of Dayton. Jackie, were you and Mary there at the same time? I need to know.
I thought they recruited her. I'm not sure if they were there at the same time, but they might have been, maybe first year. That was just a great shot. I mean, Mary played that perfectly. She, as we talked about, she went up the line on her return, but just a great shot by Bright.
I mean, you got to, she has to think she's going down the line, and then she just comes up underneath it so nicely.
You don't expect her to be able to hit a cross court from there, but she did it. Nice get.
Oh, nice recovery off the net. Oh, geez.
Oh, that's a great recovery by Brasha off that lead court.
Nice.
It's so hard to pick that ball up.
But Bright has taken a 2-point lead, so Brasha's now playing catch up.
Beautiful, beautiful forehand cross. Cross court pass there from Brasha. Within 1 now.
So Jackie Kawamoto says Mary came the year after they graduated, but she was there on her visit. So she did her job getting her to Dayton.
That's right. I remember hearing they were sort of part of the recruiting process.
I love it. Small pickleball world.
Yep. Well played. Took advantage of the short serve by Bright. Bright is serving into the wind, so she's got to really swing out on that serve a little more to get some depth.
It's tough. She's there. She got there in time. She set up for a nice shot and then just a little too under it.
Oh, that was a good return by Brush. Almost looked like Bright was even touching those banners behind her. It was so deep. But she hit a great shot up the line with her forehand.
But a game point is going to be on the paddle of Anna Bright after this timeout from Mary Brasha. And you can see James Ignatowicz and Gabriel Joseph facing off in the upper left corner of your screen. We'll try and keep you guys posted there, or you can sort of just watch maybe the body language of what's going on back there to see who is getting into that match with Hunter Johnson to get into the bronze.
I want to see Mary return this up the line to Bright's backhand and apply pressure. You got to make her earn it on game point. You don't want to give her the chance to come up and put pressure on you, so she needs to come up on this return. And she does.
She did just that.
Well done.
Oh, so good. You could see she pulled Anna Bright off her feet.
Yep.
So she knows she's off balance
She's got an
over
open
there.
court. Yeah, great
She's
job.
got to put it just nicely on the other side. Don't force anything.
Yeah.
Don't rush it.
Yeah, she stayed calm. She didn't overhit it, especially with the wind at her back. That was great. I want to see her come in.
She's so good with that fully extended volley.
Yeah, creating angle there.
So we are tied up at 10s. This is going either way. Both these ladies playing so well, which is exactly what you want to see in a winter bracket final, since both these ladies are headed to podium placements. I mean, both ladies just playing so well. I think it's just a matter of execution at this point. So we'll see if Brasha can retake a lead here. Try and get out in front and earn herself her first game point.
I assume Bright's going to do the same. Going to try to apply pressure here coming in on this return. She didn't. She stayed back.
Ooh, she mishits it, but it stays in. Oh, wow.
Thank you very much.
Oof, goodness.
Off the tip of the paddle. Bright did not come in on the last one. I would hope that she's going to come in here. She does.
So Brasha, with a big lead in the beginning of this game, loses it. Has to fight off a game point from Anna Bright and then withstands the pressure and comes out on top. So Mary Brasha, one game closer to the gold medal match. Game number 2 will be underway right after this.
And welcome back to the APP SoCal Classic here at Bobby Riggs Tennis and Paddle Club in Encinitas, California. Daniel Roditi and Lauren McLaughlin bringing you the action from this winner bracket final pro women's singles between Mary Brasha on the far court wearing the white and Anna Bright on the near court in the purple.
Yeah, very tight game one. Brasha squeaked by Bright 12-10 after an earlier lead that was lost. So can she claim her spot in the gold medal in 2 games, or will Bright push her to a third?
Wow, that serve was really high.
Too good indeed. Aaron D'Onofrio is in the chat.
Oh, let's go,
cheering
Aaron.
on Mary.
Come on, Aaron.
Similar start to game one.
Yep.
Mary
Very
just
clean.
coming out, hitting just some great shots.
1-0.
Ooh. Yeah, well played from Bright. Getting Brasha scrambling, caught her moving one way, went behind her.
1-1.
Oh, that looked a little wide on the side.
I thought that missed. Yeah, great shot.
Just such a great drop, and we got an update that it is 12-12.
Wow.
Between Gabriel Joseph and James Ignatowicz right now.
3-1.
A little short. Oh, and we got the win now, so that can definitely get in your head. If you miss a couple of these returns long, it starts playing with your head.
This is deja vu from game one.
Yep.
Mary came out really well, got a little lead quickly. Bright getting a little advice there at the fence, but she was able to make the adjustments in game one. Again, you know, different end of the court, different wind situation.
Right.
That is an adjustment that needs to play into if you need to change anything up based on which end you're on.
Right. Yeah, I think Mary is really wanting to go for her serves. She really, going against the wind, she needs to really put some air under that ball and push the ball hard. Yeah, that's perfect. That's a great serve. That's a great serve. And with Bright having the win at her back, it just puts that much pressure on her.
5-1.
I like,
really nice
I
ball.
like Brasha taking that ball out of the air. Just didn't do quite enough with it, and great job by Bright with that backhand volley.
1-5.
Wow, that's a great shot by Bright. I mean, that Brasha's volley was so deep. Her return and her first volley were so deep.
Yeah,
great job by Bright handling
looks like it might
both
be a
of
little
those.
long, but
Yeah, it
stays
dropped in there.
And that's what that top spin will do.
Ball goes long. I like the idea of the lob there from Bright. We saw an earlier miss hit from Brasha, so not a bad idea to throw one up there. Oh, just that's a beautiful.
Ignatowicz just won over Gabriel Joseph. So a really hard-fought battle over there.
Yeah.
Close, but
unfortunately for Joseph, he will not be defending his title.
yeah, he's obviously not happy with that result, but congrats to Ignatowicz. He takes on Hunter Johnson in the final feeder to get into bronze. Oof, Brasha. Again. That extended volley.
She loves that. She loves that. And if I'm Bright and I go to that forehand volley, I just start moving the other way because she's been hitting that cross-court ball over and over off of the volley. Yeah, I just saw Brasha just hesitant with that volley. This is where
what a get from Brasha. That shot from Bright was amazing. I mean, she's outstretched here, and then there's that. She loves that roll.
Yep, it's a great shot. So 6-2, I want to see Brasha stay aggressive, not pull back. That's just so good. We've seen a couple of those from Bright, just pulling that left hand around. That's just a great shot.
And off a short hop as well.
Yep, another great forehand from Bright. Cross court, solo. Brasha just couldn't quite get a clean hit.
Anna showing some visible frustration here. She just was in the wrong spot there.
That's a great shot that took advantage of Bright not coming in.
Yeah, she's
got
just
the short return
so well.
Yep, very, very clean approach. And this is right here is where I think Brasha really needs to, I was just going to say, the nerves. And you start kind of seeing the finish line, you inch closer to that. It can mess with you a little bit. And we saw that on that serve.
It happened a little in game one as well. Bright was able to tie it up, I believe, 8-8, and then pull ahead. But good timeout here from Brasha as she doesn't want to let Bright get too much momentum here after a couple of errors from her. So it's as much to slow down Bright's momentum as to calm herself down as well. Refocus.
Yep.
Is that Dad?
That's Dad.
Giving her a little
Vinny
little
Brasha.
advice.
Happy Father's Day. Another great pickleball family. Vinny and his wife Ann both play pickleball as well. Vinny's played a little bit of senior pro, A lot of 5-0, 50 plus, and a great player. She doesn't play a lot of tournaments, but it's just they're often at the club, all four of them together, drilling, playing. And then they have a youngest, Molly.
Isn't she like a high diver?
She's
oh
a
my
diver.
gosh, I saw
She's
some
amazing.
videos. Oof.
She's going to the University of Utah, I believe, for diving.
Oh my gosh, yeah, she's like a high diver.
Yeah.
Ooh, just watching those videos just makes me scared. Wind picking up.
Good timeout there
pretty
for
significantly
Brasha
here.
to get that side out. Again, nerves are going to be key here for Brasha.
Yeah, there's some players that just they play so well, but then they get tight when it comes to finishing.
You know, and I think more people are familiar with Anna Bright than they are with Mary Brasha. So there's a little bit of you're the underdog, and you're ahead here. You're inching closer to that gold medal match. Now we've seen Bright hit a couple winner cross-court backhands. That time she tries to go up the line, which I think is smart to keep Brasha guessing. But clearly she's more comfortable with the cross-court shot.
Oh, she hit that corner. She hit
Was
right
that in? I thought it was out.
I mean, Bright calls it. I thought I hit that corner. Yeah, I mean, it's it's
No,
literally
I think
like
you're right.
right
I
on
think you're right.
the point.
I think you're right.
Whew. I mean, Bright called it in, so.
Oh, that is just beautiful.
So
beautiful.
Good. Yeah, and although Bright has made a bigger splash the last 6 months, Mary Brasha has been playing longer.
Yeah.
She's been around for,
Right.
a couple years on the pro scene. And again, but she's been focused on school and tennis there and playing pickleball kind of on the side. So certainly one of those players that has not dedicated as much time as others. So I think that's probably why people are still sort of learning the Brasha sisters. But hopefully you got to see both of them play at MLP. So both of them are on MLP teams. We'll see them at the next 2 events as well.
We've played some next gen.
Absolutely.
They're having some great results.
And they're just, I always miss not having them on tour. They're just such great ladies, great players.
Yep. All right, we'll see the serve with some air under it. Push it deep. Not super deep that time, but does enough with that backhand to give herself match point here to get to the gold.
All right, so a match point here for Mary Brasha. And she gets it done. Mary Brasha heading to the gold medal match. Anna Bright will head to bronze. Could very well have a rematch of this in our gold medal match, but for now, Mary Brasha has a bit of a break. She goes straight to gold. We will take a short break, head to the Franklin studio to talk with her, and then I believe we'll be back with a senior pro match. So we'll keep you guys posted. More amazing pickleball still to come here at the SoCal Classic. Don't go anywhere.
If you like to dink, then Pickleball Magazine has what you're looking for. Our bi-monthly print publication will help you become a better player with instructional tips, drills, and articles from the top teaching pros in the sport. And you'll become a healthier, stronger player with psychological, nutritional, and wellness advice from experts in their fields. Finally, if it's product reviews or the latest news, we have that too. To learn more or to subscribe today, go to pickleballmagazine.com.
If SoCal has you wondering, where do I begin? Start here. Cheering for the visiting team? Here's your line of scrimmage. Come for a culinary odyssey? Tonight's special is everything. Here for work? Hang around for the weekend. Hit 3 theme parks. Crush coffees or crafty beers or whatever strikes your fancy. Because with friendly locals, Main Street vibes, easy accommodations, and all of SoCal within reach, no matter what you've come to get up to, in El Segundo, we'll invite you to start here.
I'm so ready for next gen.
This is Next Gen Pickleball. I'm so ready for the Next Gen Tour.
Super excited about next gen.
I can't wait for the APP Next Gen Tour.
I'm super excited for next gen.
Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Mary Brasha, who is heading to the gold medal match. How fun is it to be heading to gold? Sort of, you're from Southern California, you have family and friends here. How fun is it to be able to do that with them watching?
Oh my gosh, making it to the gold match at Bobby Riggs with all my friends around, it's just so special. I play here all the time. We have like a Wednesday night group that comes out, and it's just awesome to be here. So, yeah.
I think we talked a little bit about you and your sister Maggie might be a little bit newer to some people, even though you have been playing for a while because you've been focused on school, you've been playing tennis, just haven't been really devoted as much to pickleball. But I know now you're hoping to do pickleball a little bit more. You're interning at Duper. What's kind of your goal the rest of this year as you're looking to get into pickleball a little bit more?
Well, I just love pickleball. Like while I was in school and playing tennis, I love both those, but like I miss competing in pickleball. So the goal is just to get as good as I can get, as good as my sister can get, as us as a team. And I love singles too. So I just want to see where it can go. And it's so fun.
Well, we love having you. I always miss not being able to see you guys. I'm excited you're going to be on the courts and on tour a little bit more. So going into that gold medal match, we're not sure who you're going to play yet, but what's going to be just your focus for yourself going into that match?
I mean, you hit it with that word right there, focusing, like just really concentrating on my shots because it makes a big difference. I'm like trying to just dial in and make shots. So yeah.
Well, you played amazing. Well done. We'll see you in that gold medal match. But we have more pickleball still to come before we will see Mary in that gold medal match. So don't go anywhere. The SoCal Classic continues right after this. Welcome back, everyone, and we have a senior pro men's bronze medal match going on right now. We have Mircea Murariu in the black. He's taking on Mark Milner in the turquoise. Matthias Johansson has already secured himself a spot in the gold medal match, so winner of this bronze medal match will head to face him. Mark Milner coming through the back draw, getting back up into this bronze medal match. So Mircea Murariu has already faced Matthias one time. Do you want to share your fun facts that you just learned about Mark?
Yeah, Mark, Omak, Washington, town of 3,500 people. And he said he is the one who taught Tyson McGuffin tennis when Tyson was 10 years old.
I mean,
it's pretty cool.
That's a pretty fun fact to pull out of your back pocket, I have to say.
First time I met Tyson was right here on this court when he was just breaking into the pro circuit. Played him in this tournament a couple times in the finals. Obviously has gone on to be one of the best players in the world.
Mircea Murariu, a staple in the senior pro circuit now. Often on the podium in men's mixed and singles.
Yep. He has a giant forehand, as we just saw right there. His forehand is so big.
He is in the Delray Beach, Florida area as well. Good friends with the Johnson family.
Yeah, often plays with Julie in the mixed.
This is the first time these two have ever faced off against each other. I think Mark Milner, a little newer name on the senior pro scene.
Ball is called out.
3-0. Slide out.
Mark instructed by the referee to make his calls nice and loud so that she knows.
Slide out. 3-0.
Oh, just wide
Ball
on that
misses.
big drive. Murariu out to bit of a quick start, hoping to build on his 3-point lead. Since Mark Milner taught Tyson McGuffin tennis, I'm going to assume he's a big tennis guy, coming from a big tennis background.
0-3. Slide out.
Do you think that is kind of the future of pro level pickleball? A wave of, you know, ex-tennis players, failed pro tennis players coming into the game? As it gets bigger, more money.
For sure.
All of that.
For sure. And I think we're going to see, I've had this conversation with my brother, who's a Division I men's tennis coach at TCU. I'll wait until this point's over.
Wow.
That's long. Yeah, good exchange there. Yeah, I had this conversation with my brother saying, pickleball is really becoming a very legitimate option for graduating college tennis players who maybe thought, should I pursue ATP Tour and try to grind it out, or can I go into this new sport and in a relatively short time really make a splash and, as more money is coming in, have an opportunity to have a professional career and something different than tennis. Tennis is, of course, super, super competitive. Very difficult to make it in pro tennis. Yeah, that ball stays in. Or players, you see Alex Newman. He was a practice player in college. He wasn't even on the team, but of course a great pickleball player. So, so I think we for sure are going to see more and more of that, as we're already seeing now. And I would say, especially in singles, we will see that quickly. And then it just takes people a little more time to adjust to the doubles game coming from tennis. They can easily sort of transition into singles. Learning curve, a little different in doubles.
Jackie Kawamoto says she met your brother at the D1 Championship a month ago.
Yeah.
When's he making his pickleball comeback?
Yeah, I don't know. He's busy. He's got 2 little boys and a top 5 program to coach. So maybe when we're both over 50, I'd love to see us compete together.
Oh, that would be fun.
In senior pros. Yeah, that's kind of my dream. We didn't get to compete in tennis. He was better than me, older than me. We never really were in the same kind of stage of tennis to compete together. Oh.
So Milner has made some adjustments.
Yeah.
After perhaps getting a little used to Marario's gameplay, and now has a 1-point lead of his own.
Yeah, I'm going to see a little wind. The wind play a part in that. That's a... Good shot by Milner there, stretching out Morario.
This little drop volley there from Morario. I think that's one of his favorite shots when he can use it.
Yeah, he did it again.
A little cat and mouse
here.
here.
Trading some backhand flicks. Oh, yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, just a little too high, but nice little exchange there.
I don't know if Milner said something about normally senior pro singles points don't go that long or something. I don't know exactly what he said. Yeah, that's the adjustment right there. That was a very tennis-esque volley. Just learning to maybe roll that ball a little bit more, flatten the paddle. Yeah, you see it right there again.
Yeah, done so well getting back into this first game, but now a little bit of errors creeping in.
7-7.
And there's a timeout from Milner. As that might have been 3 or 4 errors in a row there from him.
Yeah, yep.
Gives Morario back a 1-point lead.
Yeah, a couple backhand volley errors and then the missed return going against the wind, which you would think that's an advantage when you're returning. You can really hit out on your return, not worry about the ball sailing long. You see Matthias Johansson there in the corner, just waiting to see who he's going to be playing.
keeping a watchful eye on the match.
Yeah, he of course is very familiar with Morariu, but don't know if he even knows Milner. Based on the fact that Morariu didn't know who he was, I'm assuming Matias doesn't either, but certainly not going to take him for granted if he advances. He's made it this far for a reason.
Absolutely. And yes, as many of you have seen, James Ignatowicz taking on Hunter Johnson up in the upper left corner of your screen. We'll keep you guys posted on that match. That's the final feeder match into bronze for the men's pro singles.
A good timeout for Milner, able to get that side out here.
Point. Eight.
Fortunate there for Morariu. He didn't do enough with that volley. He left a little, well, too long for the drop shot. He was trying to drop the ball, but fortunate for him, Milner made the error. Good deep serve. Wow, and on the ladies' side, going into the bronze, Krista Getcheva took down Lacey Schneeman 17-15 on that last feeder match to get to bronze to take on Anna Bright. Oh, that's just a great shot by Milner, inside out forehand pass.
So it looks like Mark Milner has been playing some senior pro singles and then still playing in the 5.0 50-plus bracket in a lot of tournaments, but he has had some results at senior pro. Oh, is he okay?
Yeah. Hit the deck. Kind of slid there at the end. And game one goes to Morariu on a close 11-9.
We will take a short break and be back with game number 2 here in our men's senior pro singles bronze medal match right after this. Welcome back. Last I just checked during our break on the Johnson-Ignatowicz match, it was 6-3, Hunter Johnson up. A close match there. Here in our Senior Pro Men's Singles Bronze Medal match, game number 2 kicking off right now. Mircea Murariu on the far end in black. He's taking on Mark Milner in the blue on the near end. Murariu had a bit of a bigger lead in game 1 and then kind of pittered away, but he was able to hang on, ultimately taking game 1 11-9.
Seeing a lot of players kind of lose their footing here on championship court. Oh, it's a great
nice
get by
job.
Murariu.
Just seems a little bit like Murariu might be just a tad bit more comfortable at the net with those kind of cat and mouse exchanges. Oh, that's a nice spot.
Yeah, it goes back to a little bit of what we were saying, right? Has a lot of experience playing a lot of doubles. He's kind of started off as a singles guy, but now has done really well in doubles, so that helps his kind of cat and mouse game at the kitchen.
Just kind of dropping those in there, looking to make his move.
Just misses.
Milner has his opportunity. You can see Federico Staksrud watching on the sideline that last feeder match.
Got a ball. Came all the way down here, I think.
Oh.
There you go.
Byron's going to stick to reffing and not anything where you have to throw a ball.
Yeah, he overshot one of the tallest guys at the club here.
Ooh. Yeah, just a little too much there, going for that back corner.
Yeah, and it's we talked about this earlier, the adjustment from tennis, being able to roll that ball a little bit more instead of hitting it so flat. Oh.
Hate to do all that work and then that happens.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh,
Just saw Ignatowicz like
was
a
under
tuna.
the net. Yeah, he was.
Like a tuna fish right into that net.
Nope.
Well, let's just throw it over.
So Murariu had a big lead in game 1 as well. It kind of dissipated, but let's see if he can stay out in front this time. Try and close this match out in 2.
Yeah, you can just see Milner is just not comfortable, or as comfortable, I should say, when both players are at the kitchen line. You can see the experience from Murariu there helping him out.
getting a quick update over on
Oh,
our.
look at that.
Oh, look at that
Nice
camera work
work
from Spencer Laurent, giving you guys that match. So when I just went over and asked Hunter's twin brother Yates, it was 7-5. Hunter up, so I think he got 8 because they're changing ends now. So it looks like Hunter Johnson is up 8-5 over James Ignatowicz in that final feeder match. Oh, he's doing it on the camera. Look at him, Yates in the background.
Nice.
He's giving us the score. Marcia Marario fully in control here in game 2 of our bronze medal match. Looking for a rematch with Matthias Johansson.
The ball misses long.
Who is still eagle-eyeing this match up from the balcony. Oh, yeah, just misses it. It's tough, and this is very similar to what happened in game 1 where Milner started mounting a comeback. Certainly, if I'm Marario, I do not want that to happen.
Oh, it's going to go long.
Yeah, Marario sailed a couple shots long, and he's got the wind
Yeah,
sort of into his face, but it's a little low.
Yeah, it's not as breezy as it was earlier.
Oh, that's
nice inside
so
out.
Nice. Just the perfect spot. Doesn't overdo it.
Yeah, good job by Milner.
Yeah, Milner's so tall. Mario's got to be real careful if they're both up at that net. Keep those low.
Yep. Use the angles, keep the ball low. Long. Good return.
Oh, yeah, that was a really nice
inside
return.
that line.
right, match point here for Mircea Murariu. And he does indeed get his rematch with Matthias Johansson in the gold medal match. Coming out on top here, a little bit easier in game 2 over Mark Milner. We'll give you guys a quick update. Ooh, 10-9 in that Hunter Johnson, James Ignatowicz match. So that one is tight. We'll keep an eye on that. Taking a short break. We'll be back into the action right after this. The APP SoCal Classic is brought to you by Pickleball Central, the Pickleball Superstore, catering from beginners to pros. Yola, for the champion in you. SunMed, the official CBD sponsor of the APP. And Chavile, modern pickleball apparel that reminds people to be civil and play nicely. Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Mircea Murariu, who is heading back to gold for a rematch with Matthias Johansson. So, Matthias, you know very well. You play him all of the time. Mark Milner, first time you've played him, and we were just talking before we came on right now, so many talented people coming into the game. What is it like when you have to face someone you've never played before, trying to figure out quickly their game to be able to still come out on top?
Yeah, I mean, as good as Matthias is, it's always, you know, we know each other's games relatively well, and it's very difficult to kind of adjust to a brand new player you've never seen play before. But it's just a testament to the growth of the game and how many talented people are. So what I try to focus is on patterns of winning. So whatever I'm trying to do, and pick out the weak. It's like everything else in pickleball. You try to maximize your strengths and minimize their strengths and maximize their weaknesses. So you try to prey upon that as much as you can, and that's what I try to do out there, just to figure it out.
We didn't get to see your first matchup with Johansson, but going into this rematch, you didn't come out on top the first time. What do you think is going to be the difference in adjustments that you need to make to try and be able to beat him the second time?
I'm going to do my best to cut down on the errors. I'm from Florida, and the ball just feels different out here. And he's an excellent player, and you know, I have to play my best in order to give him a match and to come out on top. And so I just have to minimize the errors, and that's, you know, that was the difference last game. You know, plus he's an amazing player. So I'm just happy to be out here playing. I mean, beautiful Southern California. It's awesome.
Well, another fabulous match, and congrats, you're into the gold medal match. So good luck there. Don't go anywhere. Some more singles action is still to come as we have a women's pro singles match coming up here at the SoCal Classic right after this. Welcome back here to Championship Court as we are getting into our medal matches here in our pro singles bracket. We have our bronze medal match here in women's pro singles. Anna Bright, who was knocked down in our winner bracket final by Mary Brasha, finds herself taking on Krista Gecheva, who I'm getting to see for the first time here today. Relatively new to the sport, originally from Bulgaria. Grew up in London and now in SoCal. Played tennis at the University of Wyoming, 30 years old. She's literally been playing pickleball since October of last year. So just played her first pro event earlier this year. So again, we're seeing, especially on the women's side, I think just a huge influx in really singles players. And then once they kind of get comfortable in pickleball, they transition a little bit more into doubles, try and pick up that game a little bit more. So she takes on Anna Bright, who also hasn't been playing pickleball very long, but I think no stranger to anyone now watching.
Right.
Both of these ladies, like I mentioned, tennis players, but Anna Bright just 22 years old, so fresh off of her D1 tennis career at UC Berkeley. She actually skipped her senior year of college in order to go there a year early. This has really been a weekend of newcomers making waves. Let's see if Gecheva can do the same.
Yeah, great shot. Just too short on that return by Gecheva.
Oh, got so low.
Yeah. Good job by
nicely
Bright.
done.
Good job by Bright. I wonder if she will recognize, as we saw in the consolation match between Rule and Getcheva. Getcheva had a lot of backhand winners. Rule then started going a little bit more to her forehand. We'll see if Bright feels the need to do that, as she's probably not familiar with Getcheva's game.
Yep, this is the first time these two have faced off today. And I realized Alex Newman got his first ever pro medal on Friday. Kyle Lewis is going to get his first ever pro medal today. Krista Getcheva is going to get hers. And Hunter Johnson is going to get his.
Yeah.
What a day
And,
of first-time pro medalists.
Milner.
Oh, yeah, Mark Milner.
He got his first medal, right? Getting bronze in the senior pro senior singles.
Yep, he's our bronze medalist, as we just saw in our previous match.
Yeah, that's a good pass by Bright. Good idea from Getcheva to come in. Just a well-hit ball by Bright right up that line. Getcheva feels that there's maybe a little crack on the ball. They're going to have to get a different ball.
Monica Stampa-Beck is our USA Pickleball Certified referee for this match.
We saw in her previous match on center court, Getcheva started a little slow. She was really tight. Told me afterwards that she was so tight, missed a lot of returns. Hasn't made a ton of errors right now. It's more Bright, just executing really well. But nonetheless, Getcheva down 5-1.
I'm trying to determine if Bright, part of her serve routine is she has to twirl the paddle a certain number of times.
Yeah, I was watching, and it's funny, you know, when you're playing, there's sometimes you can tell the most subtle differences on the grip, where it could be the tape at the top of the grip that's sort of like, I know for me sometimes one side's a little sticky and I don't like holding it from that side, and so I want to make sure that I get the side where I feel comfortable. Little tiny things can make a difference in the players. Just confidence. I mean, it's not probably going to change in reality how you strike the ball, but confidence is everything. You want to feel comfortable when you're striking that ball.
Sure, and a lot of athletes like things very particular.
Yeah.
It needs to be a certain way or a certain way each time. A lot of that goes into sports in general.
For sure. Some of them out of superstition. Others, there's an actual something they really do notice that they want to make sure they have just right.
And especially the tennis players, a lot of that carries over.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great return. But wow, what a great ball. Yeah,
I mean,
not much you could do. She hit a really great return. The danger with her returns right now is that she's slicing them and they're just sort of sitting a little bit. They're sitting up versus kind of going into Bright, allowing her to really take a good rip at the ball. That ball goes long. And that's what happens, right? So the previous return by Getcheva was really good. It sat up a little bit, but it was really deep, and she got past. So then on the next return, she's trying to be more aggressive and misses it long. And that's the danger you run there. When you get past, you feel like you have to do so much more with your return, and it led to the error. Yeah, ball misses. Took a weird bounce on that serve. Bright using a cut serve, a slice serve versus a topspin, and it threw Getcheva off. Missed another return.
Yep, timeout has
on game point.
We'll have Anna Bright with the serve and a game point on her paddle. After this timeout, I can see Steve Dawson up on the balcony here at Bobby Riggs. Just watching over what's going on. Don't think he played it all this weekend, but wife Jennifer Dawson certainly did. I know she got gold in mixed, I believe. Or was it in women's yesterday? I think she's gotten medals in both.
Yesterday was women's,
yes.
Right? And she's playing singles today, right?
I think so.
I think I saw her on the court.
She's always going for a triple crown.
Yeah.
What doesn't that lady do?
Yep, another great pickleball family. The Dawsons. Of course, Callan being an incredible player himself in the Pro Tour. Yeah, just too good from Bright there against Getcheva. Takes game one, 11-1. See if Getcheva can make the adjustments necessary here for game two.
Yep, going to be a tough battle as Bright is a fierce competitor. So game number 2 in our bronze medal match with a shot at gold coming up right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to game number 2 here in our Women's Pro Singles bronze medal match. Anna Bright in the purple on the near end, taking on Krista Getcheva on the far end. Anna Bright fairly easily taking game 1, 11-1. Let's see if Getcheva can make some adjustments here. If you're, I mean, it's tough because Anna Bright was just so so dominant in game 1. What does Getcheva have to do here in the second game to make it more competitive?
Yeah, I mean, I think I didn't see a ton of nerves, but I think there's a little bit of nerves still. Now you're playing, you know, you won your first match on championship court. Now you're in the medal rounds. So I think there's still a little bit of nerves, but I would tell her stay aggressive. There's really, the pressure is not on Getcheva. It's, you know, Bright is the favored to win this, so to stay aggressive, do what's gotten her to this point in the tournament, not change the game plan. Yeah, tough serve. think Getcheva's paddle hit the sponsor boards back there. Good job by Bright pushing her back with a little bit of that breeze.
A little tight on these courts.
Yeah.
Certain venues just a little tighter than others.
It's a good return. That ball's long.
Yeah, and that's tough. We talked about it when we saw Getcheva earlier against Rule, that when these tennis players come over and they're just doing the ground strokes, that they're trying to keep it deep.
Yeah.
And you run the risk then of pushing it too far and hitting it out. So you've seen Getcheva do that a couple times, and there's another right there.
Yeah, she was going to try to come in on that ball and overhits it. I would have liked to see her come in on the return. She had a really good return but stayed back. I think you have to put pressure on Bright. Like that ball. She should have come in on that. It was a perfect return because it was high.
And deep.
Yep.
Yep.
There she is.
Yeah, and I think it's exactly what I've talked to Anna Bright about it in the past when she was first coming onto the scene, is when you come from that tennis mentality, you're not comfortable coming to the net. So you're still in that weird, awkward phase of you need to, but you're not confident in it yet. So there's that, push and pull of do I go, do I stay? What am I more comfortable doing?
Yep, and then what do I do when I get there? I know I need to come in, but what do I do then?
3-1.
Oh, tough.
Point. Four, 1. Point.
If I'm Getcheva, I'm coming in on this return. You just try to make Bright beat you. Nope, I misses long.
Yeah, it doesn't really even look like Getcheva has it kind of in her mind yet to come forward. Doesn't even look like it's factoring in yet.
Point.
What's the order? Do we have men's bronze coming up
I
after
believe
this?
we absolutely have men's bronze
And
coming
then
up
women's
after this.
final?
It's going to be Kyle Lewis versus Hunter Johnson in the bronze medal match. Both of them getting their first ever pro medal, and one of them is going to get bronze and one has a shot at gold or silver. Federico Staxrud is waiting in that gold medal match in our men's bracket. So again, Anna Bright being dominant here again in this second game. Looking to head
15 seconds. Server, 2 timeouts remaining. Receiver, 1 timeout remaining.
back to gold where Mary Brasha is waiting. If Anna Bright gets there, it'll be a rematch from our winner bracket final.
I like the idea. Just misses long.
Yeah, she's really struggled, especially from that side, it seems like. Which is interesting because going into the wind a little, you'd think it would help keep the balls from going quite as long, but
That looked like could have been long, and looked at Zach Taylor. Zach says it was long, but she didn't call it. So, and it's tough. The ball's hit so hard. Again, you're behind the line. It's not the best angle. You don't want to make a back call. That ball's going to be long again. Yeah, she's just frustrated. But it's understandable. I mean, Bright just puts so much pressure on you. You feel like you have to be perfect with your shots, and it can make you just make more errors. Yeah, just too good. Too good from Bright today. Great run by Getcheva. Great job by her getting her first pro medal.
Yeah, I mean, quite an accomplishment
Of
in and of
course.
itself. And so she'll be our bronze medalist. Anna Bright heads back to gold. And a correction from earlier, Steve Dawson did play this weekend. I just didn't see him. And then Jennifer Dawson just kicking butt. She got gold in mixed doubles with Dave Weinbach, and then took silver in women's with Cammie McGregor. And she is playing singles today, about to play Julie Johnson. So
Oh, there you go.
she is still rolling. But we'll be back into the action in our men's bronze medal match here at the SoCal Classic right after this. Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Anna Bright as she heads back to gold. I mean, at this point, are you getting a little, you've only been playing pro pickleball now since earlier this year. Are you getting a little more used to now the tournament play, the pressure of being on center court? Is it getting easier now?
Yeah, for sure. But I think I've played a lot of high pressure tennis and stuff, so it was never that crazy. I mean, it's really fun playing on center court. The atmosphere, the music is great, but it's just another match.
Krista Getcheva, a fairly new pickleball player. I don't believe you have faced her before. So when you're playing new players, is there a feeling out process of how they're playing their game and if you need to adjust anything with yours?
Yeah, absolutely. That's for sure a thing when you're unfamiliar with someone. I have to give a shout out to my dad, Happy Father's Day, but he had actually watched her match earlier on center court, so he gave me like a couple small pointers. But yeah, it's definitely, you have to figure things out, and that's usually how I think the first game of a match goes, regardless if you know the opponent or not, because everything's different every day, especially in singles.
You're facing Mary Brasha again. You did not come out on top the first time. Have you thought already about some things that you'd like to change from that first into this rematch?
Yes, a few things. I mean, I didn't think I played poorly in the last match. I thought she played really, really well. She's a really good ball striker. She's really hard to read. Her shots, her strokes are not like most people's, I would say, but she's a great player, and I hope to come out on top, but it'll be tough. 2 to 3 into 15, it's not easy to double dip.
All right, well, congratulations, back to gold. So we will see that match in just a couple matches, but we have our men's bronze medal match coming up right after this, so don't go anywhere. Hunter Johnson takes on Kyle Lewis right after this.
If you like to dink, then Pickleball Magazine has what you're looking for. Our bi-monthly print publication will help you become a better player with instructional tips, drills, and articles from the top teaching pros in the sport. And you'll become a healthier, stronger player with psychological, nutritional, and wellness advice from experts in their fields. Finally, if it's product reviews or the latest news, we have that too. To learn more or to subscribe today, go to pickleballmagazine.com.
Welcome back to the action. We have our men's pro singles bronze medal match right now with two players who have never medaled before in a pro bracket. So very exciting.
Yeah, so cool.
Bronze medal match. Absolutely. We have Kyle Lewis in the gray on the near end, 33 years old, out of Santa Barbara, California. He went to college in Santa Barbara, played 1 year of college tennis, he said, but not a career college tennis player. While on the flip side, Hunter Johnson, 28 years old, lives in New Braunfels, Texas, which is about an hour outside of Austin, Texas. He and twin Yates went to the University of Louisiana for 2 years before transferring to Southern Methodist University.
Oh, SMU there in Dallas.
They played tennis all 4 years of college and then actually have been playing pro tennis up until early this year. They have only been playing pickleball since January of this year.
Yeah, they were. I said, was it you that told me? Drilling partners with
Yes,
the Bryan brothers?
they have been hitting partners for the Bryan brothers for about 4 years. I don't know if they still are, but did that for about 4 years. So I think good friends with the family. And have had some good results at, I can't remember which twin it is because I still can't keep them entirely straight, but one of them just did kind of a European pro tennis tour at the end of last year and ended up getting hurt. And then I think they just kind of felt like it was a bit of a natural conclusion to their tennis career and felt like they didn't really want to be doing all that traveling anymore, and it's tough on your body. So we're very lucky to have them in pickleball and starting to see some good results out of them. Hunter obviously having a fabulous day, as is Kyle Lewis, but Hunter Johnson, first strike of the day, taking out J.W. Johnson in J.W. Johnson's first match. No relation.
Oh, yep. Hunter changed his call, originally calling that ball out, then correcting himself, saying nope, it caught the line. And Lewis appreciated that.
Linda Kirkpatrick is our USA Pickleball Certified referee.
Sometimes with people coming from tennis, it really can go either way. Tennis can be pretty cutthroat, and so sometimes there's a lot of tight calls, but there's many others, as we just saw from Hunter, that are very, very fair. Great sportsmanship. Love to see that.
Both the Johnson twins have gotten to practice with a lot of the pros at Dreamland. So they've had...
I thought that ball maybe caught, but, it was fairness to Lewis. He's behind that line. But we don't want to get involved here.
We can't make that call.
No, it's not our call. You cannot appeal to us in the booth. Yep, almost identical shot. Yeah, as soon as you told me about them playing at SMU, I texted my brother and said, "Do you know these guys?" It's like, of course. Smart shot by Hunter. It was, he either had the pushing it up the line to that corner on the right side of Lewis, or that little cut drop there. Chose the drop, went well. And of course, Johnson, as we discussed earlier, big win there over Ignatowicz. I mean, every win has been, all these players here today are so good. There were so many top players and new players, but everybody playing at such a high level, which is exciting for the sport.
Yeah, and I think it just, we talk about it all the time, and it's talked about, on the forums and online, how, the people that have been the staples at the top for a really long time, they're not going to stay there for much longer. I mean, they might still be in the top, but other names are going to start chipping into those podiums and into those places. So there's going to be competition coming where, players that have seemed unbeatable in the past they're starting to be beat. And it doesn't mean it's going to happen all the time.
Right.
But, J.W. Johnson, one of those players.
Yeah,
that,
he went 2-2 today, which, I mean for some people, that would be a good tournament. For him, that's a disappointment. And maybe it's going to be more of it's just going to become less predictable, right?
Exactly.
Where up to this point, you could pretty much predict who's going to be on the podium. It's going to become less and less, which is exciting for the sport. Like, people want to see new faces.
So exciting.
New styles. That's going to spin back. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Johnson is fortunate that that ball did not go over because
yeah.
that thing was going to bounce right back into the net
Yeah, that was
or
gonna be
back
tough.
over, which he knew that. He was trying to get all over that ball. But if it goes into the net, you have no chance. It's just a great return from Lewis.
So good.
We talked about it in the previous match against Stocksrud. Even though he lost that match, I was very impressed with his returns, how much pace he could get on them. See, big serve from Lewis. You got to do that. You got to be aggressive. He's down 2-7. I anticipate he's going to be hitting some big serves here, trying to use the wind to his advantage, the fact that he's got the wind at his back. Really going for those serves, trying to get some free points, as he just did in the last two.
I would certainly think I'd see a timeout here from Johnson if Lewis gets another point. But we don't.
No, but I think I mean, if he didn't call it there, he's going to call it next if he doesn't get this. It's almost like he's thinking about it. But chooses not to.
I mean, he is letting Kyle Lewis gain some serious momentum right now.
And we saw Lewis with that run against Stocksrud, right? He got hot. Now we see the timeout. And clearly he must have done the same thing with Joseph, because you don't beat Joseph 5-5 unless you're hitting some great shots.
Absolutely.
And that's what Joseph said. He said he was just on fire and just never really stopped. He just kind of kept going.
I mean, I can tell you right now, anybody that did any kind of fantasy draft, the NML guys, anyone else, they did not put the number 9 and 17 seed on the podium.
No.
Not even sure they got,
Right.
drafted to podium, weren't even part of the conversation. So I think this is what I love this. Like,
is great.
this is one of the best days. I'm not happy that, some of the top seeds got knocked out or didn't podium, but that makes way for new players that have never medaled before and some unbelievable matches and new talent, which I just can't get enough of. I can't really explain it.
Yep, certainly
So
we're not happy so much that those top players went down. We're certainly never happy for that, but we're happy for these new players that are breaking into the sport and just seeing them have success.
Yeah, I'm just happy for new matchups, new faces.
Yep.
Over hits that. Hunter Johnson putting a little spin on that.
Yep.
He's there, just
Smart drop there from Lewis, catching Johnson well behind that baseline.
It's funny, I've seen Hunter Johnson a couple times in between his matches, and he keeps giving me looks like I'm exhausted. This has been such a crazy day. And it is, I don't think he's ever gotten this far playing, especially in singles. And so that makes for a tough, grueling day. And he's played some unbelievable players, had some grueling matches. So I feel him.
Yeah, it's exhausting to play that many matches in singles. And again, it's not super hot, but certainly feels much hotter on the court.
Yeah, not a cloud in the sky that I see. So that sun beating out on you takes its toll.
Yeah, and I think it's great. The other reason that I like seeing all these new faces coming into singles hasn't gotten maybe the attention in the past the doubles gets and mixed doubles. That's a great shot by
what
Lewis.
a rally.
Yeah, really good shot by Lewis. It's almost the opposite of tennis, where tennis singles gets all the attention and doubles your heart. I mean, it's so difficult to, it's not quite to that degree, but it's very difficult to find a doubles match on TV for tennis.
Yeah.
It rarely gets on TV. But it's great to see all these high-level players come into singles, because I know I'm a little biased because I love singles, but it is brutal from a physical standpoint. It is way more demanding than doubles is. Lewis questioning that call. Johnson saying
Johnson
it
calls
missed.
it out and the
Yep.
ref didn't see, so that is the call. There's no appealing to the sideline. So he's going to have a timeout because he doesn't agree with that call, and that's how it goes.
Yep.
It's unfortunate at
And
this.
earlier on, Johnson didn't agree with the call that
Yep.
Lewis made, and we assume they both are playing fair and just calling what they saw.
People like to say it evens out in the end.
Right. And sometimes players do miss calls. It happens.
it
You think it
absolutely
was
does.
out, and maybe the ball was in, and
I think singles especially can be hard because you don't have a partner to
Right.
watch for you
Yeah.
or look at the line. So you're focused on trying to hit the ball or get there,
Right.
and you're not necessarily going to see quite as well. But Johnson was right on top of that shot, and Lewis is on the far end.
Yeah.
So Lewis probably isn't going to have as good of a view
no,
as
not even close.
Johnson
yeah,
is. So it's tough. You're going to see it maybe differently, but you got to shake it off.
Yeah, and just like you don't want to make bad calls, you also don't want to give away free points by missing a call that you should have made. Got on
And you
top
talked
of that.
about you got to go for the serve
You
in
have
singles,
to, yeah.
and that's going to be the risk you
And,
take.
yep,
Is you're going to miss some of them.
Live with a few missed serves. Yeah, that's a great serve from Lewis.
He's really getting a hold of that.
Yeah, really ripping that ball. And that's what you got to do. You have to take some chances.
I think this is going to be a very close match the entire time, whether it goes 2 or 3 games. It's going to be a game point here for Hunter Johnson. See if Lewis can hold him here.
Yeah, just a miss hit. Hit that ball really close to the handle on the paddle.
Oh, such a good shot. Waited
Lewis
for him
Lewis
to
has been
commit.
hitting that inside-out forehand so much. Johnson, I think, smartly just guessed, because you gotta kind of dare your opponent to hit something different. And good job by Lewis, whether he saw him move or not, he was going up that line. And for the viewers out there, you can have your go-to shot, your kind of preferred shot, but you have to have a different one from the same position, or pretty soon your opponent's just going to know where you're going to go. And so you have to have a couple shots that you can hit from the same spot. We saw that from Lewis. He's been going inside out with that forehand. This time he goes up the line. And as you saw there, Johnson guessing the wrong way.
Thank you so much again, everyone who's joined us all weekend long for this amazing pickleball here at Bobby Riggs for the SoCal Classic. If you aren't already, go ahead and hit subscribe on our YouTube channel. That way you will be notified when we go live at our tournaments and different events. We're back for the Los Angeles Open next weekend. So again, just hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. And then make sure your notifications are on. That way you're not going to miss when we go live. So you can catch all the great action, all these amazing players. Nice hold there from Johnson coming out of the timeout. Gets a side out and a second game point opportunity. And he is able to take game one, 11-9. So I expect another very close second game here in our men's pro singles bronze medal match. That is coming your way right after this. All right, welcome back to our bronze medal match here in men's pro singles with two names viewers at home might be hearing for the very first time. Kyle Lewis on the far end in gray out of Santa Barbara, California. He's taking on Hunter Johnson in the white out of New Braunfels, Texas. He's pushing that a little long as Johnson's trying to keep Lewis pinned back.
Yeah, he needed to roll that volley instead of cutting, especially with the wind at his back. You have to get that topspin to get that ball down.
Yeah, Lewis has just been, oh my goodness.
It's a great get.
Holy cow.
Nice.
I mean, this get right there from John, I thought that point was over.
Yeah, that was.
But then Lewis gets that too. I mean,
I'm predicting next time that Lewis runs around his backhand, he's going to hit up the line instead of inside out.
oh,
That's a good touch. Wow, great get from Lewis, but just too much from Johnson. And our senior men's pro gold medal match is going on behind Lewis, between Johansson and Morario. Yeah, didn't quite bring that left hand over on that pass attempt.
Lewis just crushes that
Yeah,
return.
he did, and that it didn't miss by too much. I mean, it missed, but
Yeah, didn't quite get it to dip enough. Great volley there from Lewis.
Lewis trying to looked like he was trying to spin serve, I think.
Yeah, he hasn't been doing that really
Right.
though, and I
Looked like a weird toss, but he's been hitting the ball so well on his serve.
yeah, I'm surprised he's mixing it up. His serve's been
I guess you're down 4-0. You got to try some stuff. Why not? Yeah, just missing.
Hunter just, I mean,
Yeah, anticipating so well after making
Yeah.
that big stretch forehand.
I thought it was so interesting what Anna Bright said in her interview after her win in the bronze medal match previous is, you know, even when you haven't been playing pickleball very long, when you've been playing like Hunter Johnson has, professional tennis for years, college level tennis, you're at the highest level that you can be really. This isn't that big of a deal.
Right.
So you think, oh my gosh, like he's never won a medal before, he's never been on a live stream before. This doesn't phase him. He's so probably mentally tough from the tennis,
Yeah.
which is much bigger than this will ever be. And it's just he's showing it. He's
Right.
staying grounded. He's not showing signs of tightness or
Right.
pressure. So I think that's so important. Even though he's a new name to everyone at home, he's not new to pressure situations
Right.
at all.
Exactly. And a lot of times, especially this is almost like a post-career career. You know,
Exactly.
he's had a tennis career, so this feels like this is just bonus. This
Yeah,
is just
exactly.
fun. This
Yep.
is just a kind of a hobby, a fun thing to do, and so it certainly takes a lot of the pressure off when before, as a professional tennis player, you're playing to make a living. You know,
Yep.
I mean, to support yourself, your family, whatever it may be. So there's definitely a lot less pressure.
Yeah, just Hunter Johnson, I think, telling himself, that was not a smart place to put that. But he's got a substantial lead here in game 2.
Ball just
Lewis
missing.
is just struggling just to keep it in,
Yeah.
especially on the serve returns.
Yeah, and it's weird from that side. He made a good serve, got a short return from Johnson, and then his approach missed wide.
That was nice.
It's just a great get from Johnson. I mean,
Yeah.
sort of similar to Joseph, right? Sliding there.
Mhm.
Good deep return. Oh, it just misses.
I think we talked about it before. Kyle, he needs to get his return in because he's not forcing Hunter to play.
Yeah.
You got to get into the rally, force him to play, not just give him, easy
And he's on
points.
the board.
But Hunter returns the favor.
Yeah, finally on the board here but we saw him get hot, right? So it's he misses, unfortunately for him. Ball goes long, but we've seen him get hot and get 6 points in a row. Certainly could happen.
Oh, short return there from Lewis. I think threw off Johnson a little bit.
Yeah, sometimes it works in your favor because the ball stays so low, and you just don't, as a server, you just don't have a lot of places to put that ball. You can't really rip it because it's so low. Yeah, there it is. He ran around his backhand, and instead of going inside out like he's been doing quite a bit, I thought he might start going up that line, and he does right there.
A little wide. Yeah, Lewis just struggling in the second game, I think, getting into a rhythm, trying to make something happen. And Federico Staksrud's right over by us, staring through the fence, seeing who he's going to take on.
Staksrud just switched to Team Yola.
Mm-hmm.
Lewis telling himself to hit the ball, and then Johnson doing the same thing to himself. He had a couple backhand volleys that I think he could have done a lot more with, and he just sort of went right back at Lewis twice in a row. One of the things that I think you want to do when someone keeps running around their backhand is maybe return to their forehand, so that your next shot you can go backhand and they can't get to it to run around it.
Yeah, that is tough because you mentioned it earlier. Players that want to run around that backhand, especially in singles, it can put you out of position. If you're not comfortable with the backhand when you're that far over to the side,
right,
you're taking yourself literally off the court to hit.
Right,
and then you leave your opponent the entire court to work with.
Right, your forehand has to be a winner or really get your opponent in trouble. And of course, Lewis has a huge forehand. He's done really well with it. He's made a lot of passing shots inside out and some down the line. And so, you know, sometimes the best thing to do is actually, instead of trying to go to their backhand on the return, is you go wide to their forehand, pull them off the court a little bit so that your next shot, you can go to their backhand and it's just too far to run around, and then they're forced to hit a backhand.
Yeah, Hunter over talking to his twin Yates, getting a little advice, who's been watching the match. Yates also played singles today, didn't fare quite as well.
Yeah, he had a tight, very close match that he lost against Zach Taylor. I think he had a big lead. I think he was up 12-6, lost 15-13. Yeah, it's one of those tough ones. I've given up worse leads than that.
We know, Daniel, you've always done it worse than somebody.
Yep, yep. Oh, great get from Lewis.
Amazing. And I think Johnson thought he at least had a chance there, but then, yeah, that one-handed backhand there from Lewis, just perfect placement.
There's that inside out. Oh.
Oh, Kyle over here on the same side of the court. Hunter's thinking about bringing out the finger wag.
Yeah, jokingly, he does a little finger wag, but it was all in good fun. Oh, he just misses. Now, I know this match isn't over yet, but I know this. Has Hunter played? Oh, yeah, they just played. Oh, no, he played
He has not
Lewis.
played Federico
No, he has not played
Staksrud.
Federico. That's right, because it was Lewis in the winter bracket final.
Yeah, Hunter's been doing some work in the back draw for a little while. Obviously some big wins, so it would be a big accomplishment if he's able to get into the gold medal match. And he is going to have his opportunity right here with a match point. And he gets it done.
Nice job.
Wow. First time medal for Kyle Lewis. He's our bronze medalist. A big congrats to him. What a day he has had. But Hunter Johnson in his first ever appearance in a medal round as well.
Kyle Lewis had beaten him in the
quarterfinals?
In the winner bracket, yes, in 3.
Oh,
yeah,
so this
it was
a
right before we
rematch.
went live.
Oh, yes,
that's right.
that was
right before
first.
we went live.
All right, so
11-9.
Hunter Johnson gets a little revenge here, taking on Kyle for the second time, but he heads to gold where he'll face Federico Staxrud. But first we will have our women's gold medal match coming up right after this. Mary Brasha takes on Anna Bright once again. We're back right after this. Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with Hunter Johnson, who we've talked a lot at different tournaments where your results have maybe not been what you wanted them to be. You've only been playing pickleball since January, really. And I mean, it finally seems like something's clicked. The work you're putting in, the effort you've been trying to do to get to this level has finally paid off. How has today's run felt so far?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little tired. But, I mean, playing tennis has given me the mental fortitude to be able to overcome this. But, yeah, it's a lot of fun. Pickleball, we're new to it. Me and my twin brother, Didem, best sponsor ever. They took a chance on us, and we've been training hard. And, yeah, it's cool to see the results come. It's really awesome. It's fun.
You had to take on Kyle Lewis a little earlier in the day. He knocked you down into the consolation bracket, but you also had the biggest upset coming out in the beginning, taking out J.W. Johnson for the first time.
Yeah.
I mean, first tell us how that match was with the other Johnson.
I mean, first of all, he might be the better Johnson in pickleball for now, but we'll see. But
you're coming for him.
I remember he killed my brother like 11-1, 11-0, and I was like, well, you know, he can't beat both of us twice, so I couldn't let that happen. So I just dug deep, and yeah, I just played pretty amazing. I mean, he's a good player, so I had to give it all. I'm a little tired still, so I'm gonna try to get some strength for this next one. But yeah, it's exciting.
What happened differently this time facing Kyle that you think made the difference from the first time?
I mean, I knew I was in better shape, honestly. He looked tired just walking around. He just had no energy. So I knew if I could just scrap out some good, tough points, I knew he would start missing, he missed a few serves, honestly, which helped a lot. So yeah, I just kept at it and knew it'd be fine. Yeah.
So you guys live just outside of Austin, Texas, or where Dreamland is in Dripping Springs. You get to go there and often amount you play with a lot of the pros there. Thomas Wilson's there, Wyatt Stone, a lot of people. Do you think that has been really instrumental in you guys learning the game very quickly and being able to get to this level?
For sure. Shout out to Thomas Wilson, the broski. Yeah, I mean, from the beginning, we started at playing in San Marcos with a really good group of 5-0s, and then, you know, they helped us a lot. I mean, especially starting out, and then we knew we'd have to start playing with better players just to see the level and just see what we had to work on. And honestly, Thomas has been a big help. You know, DJ Young, Deckel, Adam Stone, all these guys. You know, everyone we've played, we just learn from it, and we just keep getting better. So it's fun. A lot of people are moving to Austin, so yeah, more people coming, the more we can train. So it's great.
Well, this is going to be your first medal ever
Yeah.
in a pro event, and you're going for gold. So
for gold.
congratulations. We'll see you in that match after our women's. Yes. So go get a little rest and get some advice from Twin.
Yes, my
and
coach.
then we'll have you back on court here in a minute, taking on Federico. Don't go anywhere, though. Mary Brasha takes on Anna Bright with a chance for gold on the line in our women's pro singles right after this. welcome back to our final match of the day for our women. It is our women's pro singles gold medal match. It is a rematch from our winner bracket final a little bit earlier today. We have Mary Brasha in the white. She's going to be on the near end for game one, taking on Anna Bright in the purple on the far end. Brasha was able to come out on top in 2 games. First one very close. I believe the final score was 12-10. Second game a little bit easier for Brasha, but nothing's easy when you're facing Anna Bright.
Yep.
So this is going to be a fight once again. Anna Bright will have to win the 2 out of 3 portion and a tiebreaker match to 15 in order to get that gold medal.
I like the idea. Moving in, taking that ball out of the air. Just didn't do enough with it. Good job by Bright to handle that ball.
Claire Kavanaugh is our USA Pickleball Certified referee in the first position, and Monica Stampbeck is our second. Will this be Mary Brasha's first gold medal in pro singles if she wins?
Yes.
A lot of firsts today for players, which I absolutely love. It makes the day so fun. It's so exciting to see some of these players get some results that they have not had before.
Yeah, Mary's been working on her singles game quite a bit. Had a good showing last weekend. Took Annalee Waters to 3 games and had some good wins. I think she beat Lauren Stratman, I believe. So getting more and more confident on the singles court. Great
Nice
stretch
reach.
volley from Brasha there. We've seen her often go cross court with that, but obviously recognizing the open court was straight ahead.
Oh, just catches the back of that line. Ooh, nice
Yeah,
spot.
it's a perfect ball.
Watching Brasha, she has that really outstretched volley that she likes to hit. It makes me think of a question to ask you after this.
Yeah, it's a good ball by Bright. Not a bad approach by Brasha, but just well placed by Bright there, cross court, short angle.
Do you find players that come from tennis or kind of go back and forth struggle at all with the transition of the tennis racket is so much farther away from your hand, where the sweet spot is that you hit the ball, and then when you have a pickleball paddle, it's very close to your hand. Is there that transition period that a lot of players have, going back and forth?
Yeah, for sure. It's a timing thing, right? Like when you first start playing pickleball coming from tennis, you feel like you almost have to. I've literally told people, pretend you're going to try to hit the ball with your hand.
Yeah.
Because that's how close you have to get to that ball when you're coming from tennis. That ball just misses long. Yeah, it's the right call.
Yeah, I hadn't played tennis for a while, and when I went back to play, it was so weird having to hit so far away.
Yeah, if I went on a tennis court now, I don't think I could convince anyone that I was any good at tennis if they saw me hit a ball.
Ever played before?
Yeah, the court feels like a football field.
It really is a weird transition back. Oh, unlucky.
Sorry, not sorry.
Right? Mm-hmm.
That's just a
She
beautiful,
gets it.
beautiful forehand.
Oh. Yeah, that's nice. Just, I mean, doesn't get much more perfect than
Yeah,
that.
really good shot. Nice deep serve. Ooh, a little bit of a miss hit from Bright, trying to pull that ball across. Wind picking up a little bit. I like the pressure from Brasha there, recognizing that she had Bright on the run.
Yep, we're going to have a timeout here from Anna Bright as she's trailing 6-1 here in game one of this gold medal match. And she said after her bronze medal win, she knows that it's going to take a lot to get to gold.
Yeah.
It's, you know, you have to win 3 games essentially.
Yep. 3
1
out
to
of
15,
3 out of the 4 potential.
It's a tough thing to have to face and kind of mentally just fortify yourself to know that you got a lot of work in front of you. But
Yeah.
Brasha's making it even more difficult because if she takes this first game, then Bright has no room for error anymore.
First game is so crucial for both players, of course, but if you're coming through the winner's bracket, you know if you can take that first game, it's a daunting task to then feel like, now I got to beat this person 3 games in a row. Which certainly Anna Bright is capable of doing, and she hasn't
Sure.
lost the first game yet. This is only 6-1, but I just love the confidence that Brasha's swinging with right now. Really feeling good.
And we talked a lot about this weekend, you know, fiery players, emotional players, and Anna Bright, certainly one of them. So again, it can be a little tough in singles when that is your style of play, when you don't have a partner to hype up with, when you can't celebrate points with them, when you can't have them, you know, picking you up.
Yeah.
So it's just you out there. And so when you kind of feed off energy, you got to try to just force yourself to do it, and
you
you'll
gotta
see
generate it. Yeah, you can see her
Bright
bouncing
bounce
around. Yeah.
She'll tell herself, "Let's go." Ooh, the wind.
The wind's
picked up
starting to
big
pick up a little
time
bit, yeah.
during that return for Brasha, I think possibly thrown off a little bit.
Oh, just a great shot.
so
Such a good
nice.
shot from Bright. Really good approach from Brasha, getting Bright on the run, but just too good.
drops
Too
that
good
in.
from Bright. Ball misses. Bright clearly frustrated with herself.
So weird because we're at such a weird angle over
that's-
here. That
sometimes
looked out.
they're hard to see.
I'm looking through.
We're waiting for the reaction
I
from
know,
the
we're
players.
looking through the net, and I was like, "Oh,
Yeah.
it looked out."
We
but
saw Bright hang her head. We're like, okay, that was
like,
in.
Oh, I guess it was in. All right, Brasha just really grooving right now. Seems she has found the rhythm she wants to be playing in, and we don't have a timeout from Bright. And again, I can't see it, but
It's in.
but Bright's reaction told me she got it. Yeah, Brasha just playing so cleanly here in this first game. Wow, she had a couple errors a little bit earlier here and there, but wow, just really tightened it up and just smooth sailing here in game 1 for Mary Brasha. One game is all that remains separating her from a gold medal, her first ever if she's able to get it, but Anna Bright is going to put up a fight, no doubt. Game number 2 coming your way right after this. Welcome back to our final match of the day for the ladies. It is our women's pro singles gold medal match. Anna Bright will have the serve first there, bouncing around like a pogo stick. She lost game 1 11-2 to Mary Brasha on the far end of the court now for game 2. Brasha coming out of the winner bracket final into this gold medal match, having defeated Anna Bright there as well.
1-0.
Unfortunate there for Bright. She knows she's really, I'm sure she's hoping to take an early lead here and get herself pumped up. That's going to help right there, side out. I think we're going to get a lot of come-ons and let's go from Bright as she's trying to get herself back into this match. She's certainly more than capable of doing that.
Absolutely.
I think Brasha should have come in on that return. But it works out for her. She came in on the next one.
Oh, such a nice shot. And we have talked really throughout the entire weekend that kind of with the breeze coming off of the ocean, it seems that the near end of the court where Bright is now seems to be sort of the favorable side. Seems like players have been doing a little bit better on that side. Not always, but I think statistically speaking, that side seems to be playing more favorably, but not always.
That's the shot we've seen Mary make several times between the two matches they've played. That time she leaves it in the net. Good ball by Bright. Great return. Ball's called out. Great return, great pressure from Brasha. Yeah, too short on that return from Bright, but fortunate. I think Mary needed to take a little bit of pace off that ball, use a little more of topspin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that ball didn't dip at all, just real flat.
Yeah, you can't rip it from that close to the net. Yeah, good effort from Bright. Got a couple great pickups on her backhand side, but Brasha able to create a big angle with that backhand volley. Not much that Bright could do other than just kind of throw up a lob, leaving the court open. Good deep serve.
Yeah, generally I feel like the lob is used a lot in doubles, just as a part of shot selection. But generally the lob in singles is a last-ditch effort to stay alive.
Yep. Just
no
to buy
one's
some
generally
time.
throwing up lobs as on purpose, I'll say.
Sure.
It's not a. It's more like a I can't do anything else but try and get it back over the net.
Yeah, I think in doubles what makes it so effective is when all four players are at the kitchen and you're kind of dinking, and then the lob comes unexpectedly. Whereas in singles, you're just not going to have that setup as much, especially on the women's side.
Brasha just playing so confidently today. And I think it's people forget Mary Brasha. They might not see her a lot because she hasn't been at a ton of tournaments and has been focusing on other stuff. That doesn't mean she's not working on her game still. She's been playing pickleball this whole time.
Right.
Drilling, playing. So it's not like she just came into the game.
Right.
Or because we haven't seen her for a while, she hasn't still been putting in the work.
Right.
So you're just kind of being introduced to her maybe for the first time or again after a while.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh yeah, I forgot how good Mary Brasha is. Which she has been for a long time.
Yeah, and unlike some of the other people we've discussed that have come into singles first and then doubles, she actually did the opposite. Came into doubles first, and her doubles game has been really, really good. There's been a definite focus on her singles that she's just really wanted to really dedicate the time to get her singles game better, and it's obviously showing. Regardless of how this ends up, it's been a great run.
Absolutely. I think on the opposite side, you know, Anna Bright burst onto the scene, and we've seen her the entire time since.
Right.
So this entire last, 5-6 months, we've seen her.
Right.
At tons of tournaments, working on her game. We've been able to see her path in pickleball, where Mary's been a little behind the scenes more. So
yeah, I mean, Mary literally, 2 months ago had her last college tennis match. So this spring had been, tennis was still taking up a lot of her time, of course, and now that she is done with that and did really well at Biola, had a great season, but now she is 100% dedicated to pickleball.
perfect spot in that back corner. And if you're Anna Bright, what do you do? It seems like one of those matches where Brasha's just too hot.
Yeah. And she did it right there. I was just going to say, Mary has been so good. Brasha's been so good from the corners, going up the line and going cross court. If I were Bright's coach, I would say start attacking middle, take away a little bit of the angles, see if that pays off, just to give her a different look. Because she is really dialed in right now on her Brasha is on her passing shots, but it's been always from the wings. And so if I'm coaching Bright, I tell her, come up the middle, try to take away some of those angles, just give her a different look, and there she goes, right in the middle. Yeah, that's just unfortunate for Bright for that leg court. Her next ball was just too short. Yeah, good deep serve.
Yeah, it just seemed, again, Brasha's serves are great. Her returns are great. Her passing shots are on.
She's on fire.
She's just
really
playing so clean. Oh, whoa, same person.
7-3.
Same person.
So this was the same score in the previous match. I think it might have been 7-4, where I thought this is where nerves can kick in because the finish line is just so close.
Yep.
Okay, you're up 11-2, 7-3. You saw, I mean, it was the same exact time that she missed the serve the previous match. And you could see she was tight on that serve. So I want to, you know, I'd love to see her, you know, if she gets a side out here, be aggressive with her serve, not hold back.
Yep.
But you could see it right there, and it was.
Yeah, and again, it will be her first ever gold medal, and
in singles,
that does.
yeah.
It
or although I don't think she has a gold in pro doubles, no. So that's.
I think this might be her first ever just pro gold medal.
Yeah.
So again, it creeps into your mind
For
that
sure.
it's within your grasp, and that can definitely, you know.
And she's been seeing Anna do so well, so there's an element of like I want the same thing. I want to be where she's at.
So let's see if Bright can get a little something going here. She has to win this second game. Oh, fully outstretched on both sides. Ooh. Wow. Really nicely done on both sides, but
That stayed in, right? That was
Yep.
Yeah, good shot by Bright.
Yeah, nice little hook there. And again, you know, we've talked about it before. Bright has nothing to lose.
Right.
So she's gonna go for it.
The ball goes out. All right. I want to see an aggressive serve from Brasha, putting some air under it. There we go. It's semi. Still a little tentative on that serve. She did put more air on it. Didn't want to leave it in the net, clearly. But felt like she should have hit out on it a little more. Bright, good job taking advantage of that, coming in, putting pressure on her. Yeah, I was going to say that ball's about to spin away from her, and she needed to take one more step forward because that ball had so much spin from Brasha. Just missing.
Hunter Johnson said it so well after his bronze medal win that he had the mental fortitude because of tennis.
Yeah.
Anna Bright and Mary Brasha both have the same thing as well.
Right.
Anna Bright possibly playing at a slightly higher level just due to the school that she went to.
Right. Yeah, Division
But,
One. Yep.
You know, Mary's been in those high pressure situations as well.
Yep.
A lot on the line.
Yeah, just a great shot from Bright there, taking advantage of the short return from Brasha. We might see a timeout. Maybe not. Okay. Well, I would guess that if Bright gets this one, we're going to see a timeout from Brasha.
And there it is.
Yep,
and
timeout.
that is a very well-timed timeout as Anna Bright really getting something going here,
Yep.
which is going to continue to fire her up more. That's what she needs to get going. So definitely Brasha in a dangerous position here, possibly looking at a game 3 now, which, as we mentioned, Bright needs. She was already defeated by Brasha in the winner bracket final, so she must win this game and the next. And then a tiebreaker match to 15 to get herself the gold medal, so she's got still a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
If Brasha can stay strong and really just play the game she's been playing, she has certainly an excellent chance of being able to secure herself the gold medal. I think it's just going to come down to which of these ladies can stick to their game plan, not get thrown off by the other,
Right.
and really keep those errors to a minimum.
Yeah, right now Bright is very confident. Oh, it's a great, that's a big side out for Brasha there. Gets a hand clap from Bright.
Can we mention this is Mary Brasha's home court? Plays here all the time at Bobby Riggs. She's got her family, friends in the stands cheering her on. Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, it's a little south of her home court, but she does play here quite a bit. She has a lot of friends that from Bobby Riggs. Yeah.
Just plays here a lot.
Yeah, she does. She does come down here quite a bit. Has a lot of friends in the stands. Dad, on Father's Day, would love to see his eldest come out with a gold.
Just a talented group of sisters, the Brashas.
Oh my gosh.
I mean,
and the nicest family you'll ever meet. All 5 of them are just great people. Everybody loves the Brashas. All
they
5
really
of
are.
them.
Yeah.
Even Wilson, the dog.
Oh. Gotta love the family dog. All right, Mary Brasha 2 points away from her first ever gold medal in women's pro singles.
And again, that serve just too short. I just feel like she's from that 7-3 point. She's been tentative to swing out on that serve. And we saw the same from Bright there.
Oh,
but she makes up for it with an incredible two-handed pass up the line. Brasha did the right thing coming in, but just too good from Bright. All tied up. Yeah, you're seeing the serves. Just they're both tentative on those serves. And a little bit of the difference, you mentioned Hunter Johnson. These women did play college tennis, but Hunter having played professional tennis where you're playing for a living, like this is really the way you take care of yourself, can play a big part in that too. Yeah, short serve again.
Yeah, you have to think, you've mentioned it, Brasha perhaps getting a little tight, pushing things a little bit as she's
And we talked about
sensing
this
the finish
yesterday.
line.
We were talking about DJ Young, and I said when he's ahead, he's so tough.
Yes.
He's so confident, and that's not true for everybody. There's times that when players get ahead, they can get a little tight. I feel like I'm seeing that a little bit from Mary right now, just seeing the finish line so close. She's playing a little tighter. It's a good volley.
And there's the lob of not a lot of other options. Ooh.
Paid off though. It pushed Brasha back and gives Bright a game point here.
Yeah, we might be going to 3.
Oh boy.
And Anna Bright fired up, but a quiet crowd, as I think most of them on Team Brasha. So game number 3 here in our women's gold medal match coming up. Anna Bright needed to win this second one. She got it done. Can she win the third to force the tiebreaker to 15? We will find out right after this. Welcome back to Championship Court. Game number 3 of our women's pro singles gold medal match kicking off right now. Mary Brasha on the near end, Anna Bright on the far end. Will switch ends at 6.
Yeah, I love the fight from Anna Bright, being down a game in 7-3, and she just fought all the way back. That's really hard to do when someone's got all the momentum.
Yeah, she's really...
So it was great to see her really fight, pump herself up,
Yeah,
fight through the nerves.
dug in.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, she did. She just played really, really well. And maybe you mentioned, a couple times, just this near side has seemed more preferable to a lot of the players. And, of course, they will switch at 6, so they'll both have a chance to play on this side. That's a great volley. That's just so good from Bright. That was a tough ball to not just hit, but shoot it in the corner. A little bit of a hole.
I mean...
Yeah, great gets there from Brasha.
Just so good.
But
Bright
for
doubles
Bright,
up.
She knows. I came back in the last game. I can fight back from, it's only a 3-0 lead.
And we mentioned, a lot of family and friends in the crowd rooting for Mary Brasha. So there's also that extra kind of like you don't want to let everybody down that's there watching you. So that can almost, a little double-edged sword of great when you're playing great, but it's tough when you're not.
Yeah.
To have the silence of the crowd.
Yeah, and some players love having the energy of the crowd. Some players love going against it.
Sure.
Being sort of the underdog kind of fuels them. Everybody's a little different. I think Mary's somebody who really likes the support, obviously. And we get a timeout from Bright.
I mean, that two-handed backhand, just
That
cross-court roll.
is just so good.
So good. And very similarly to game 1, Brasha just right now can't miss.
Yeah. And
where she's at.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Nope, she's feeling good.
Yeah. And as I was mentioning at the beginning of this game, I loved what I saw in Anna Bright fighting all the way back and not giving up. In the same way I love seeing Mary after giving up a lead. That's tough. When you give up a lead to someone as good as Bright, and now you're like, oh, shoot, now we got to go to game 3. And seeing her come out confident and aggressive in this game 3, love seeing that from both of them.
Yep.
And I anticipate Bright's not going to roll over. She's going to fight every point.
I mean, it's just so good. And I think really we saw it in game 1. Brasha just executed better.
Yep.
She just played better. It wasn't that Bright even played well. It just, Brasha just was so good.
Right.
And we're seeing that here at the start of this third game as well. It's Bright's playing great also.
Right.
But Brasha she's hitting everything.
She is. And now we got the end switch. See if
Yeah, we'll see if that
Bright
makes a
gets
difference.
energized. And sometimes it's not even the real conditions. Whether it's mentally, you just like, I like this side.
Yeah.
There's a confidence, like this is where I won. It just, every little bit counts. Every little bit makes a difference in a player's confidence.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see if Brasha can just keep the momentum here after the end change. Different conditions, different wind. She can keep her foot on the gas, not let Bright get back into this.
Yeah, a little late on that backhand from Bright.
Oh, she's really, she's being very methodical on where she's placing the ball. She's not rushing her shots.
Not overhitting, yeah. We get a timeout from Bright.
Didn't look like she was necessarily going to take one right away, but ultimately decided she
why not?
needed one. And again, it's tough. If you don't have a coach that's helping you out in singles or someone to talk to, how do you yourself? Sometimes I would think if I'm Anna Bright, I'm just, what do I do? What do I do? What can I do? And it's tough to not have anyone to bounce that off. And I think we talked in the past about how much we think coaching is going to come into pickleball. And I think it's so critical. You watch Anna Bright, she didn't have anyone to talk to about anything or possibly, what they're seeing from the outside. And I think singles is so tough when it's just you out there. And I hope more coaching comes into pickleball. More players get coaches.
Should I give out my number? Just kidding.
I mean,
I'm just kidding.
Yes.
You know what?
Daniel
I'm surprised.
Broditi,
I'm surprised. I'm not seeing Alex. James Ignatowicz.
Yeah, I don't even see him.
He's right up there.
Oh,
but
he
maybe,
is. Okay.
Maybe they've tried that, and
Yeah, sometimes.
some players certainly prefer to kind of be left alone.
Sure.
They want, it just depends. Everybody's a little different.
09.
Breeze picking up. So you could see her just slump her shoulders. Did she call in a timeout?
No,
just
she
dropping
doesn't
her
have
paddle.
any left.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't think she did, but automatically you think paddles down.
Oh, yeah, that's a little long.
Yeah, ball missed. I think Brasha should have come in when she pulled Bright all the way over to this corner. That was the time to come in. Good job by Bright fighting that off.
All right, Bright on the board.
On the board.
First things first, get a point on the board.
Trying to pump herself up. I'm sure we're going to see fight from her.
There it is, yep.
Looks like Mr. Matthias Johansson adding another trophy to his trophy case.
I mean,
not a rare sight seeing him holding up that trophy, taking gold. Congratulations, Matthias.
And there's the timeout.
Good call there from Brasha. Just Bright on a little bit of a roll here. 4 points in a row, with including the side out. Sees her getting pumped up, so it's a good time to try to slow down that momentum. Unfortunately, unlike doubles, you just have to get one. You don't, there's only one serve, so you just need one.
Yeah, you can see her talking to her dad.
Yep.
Vinny, again, same thing. Like, she has someone to talk to, someone to bounce something off. And I think, do you think that coaching will become more of a thing as pros come in, especially from tennis? They're used to having a coach. Several of the players now do have coaches that come with them. Do you think that's the future of pro pickleball?
Yeah, I mean, I hope so. Certainly, you know, as more money comes in, obviously that's a big part of it, right? Being able to pay a coach to travel with you.
Sure.
That's tough to do when the money isn't quite there yet, but for sure. I'm sure we're not too far from that.
All right, can Brasha get a stop here?
Ball called out. Yep, a little wide.
Looked a little wide from over here, but
it's
again,
hard to
we've
tell.
maintained our angles not
Bright
great.
was excited when she hit it.
It
Yeah,
looks like
it was
it
very
just
close.
missed.
You know, you want that to be in, but both of these players very fair.
Wow, what a rally. Wow.
Great fight from Bright, hanging in there. She defended so many pass attempts from Brasha, but just that last one just too good, painting that line.
Really nice.
Giving herself
rally.
gold medal point.
All right, gold medal match point here for Mary Brasha. Oh, too good. It's too good. So Mary Brasha with her first ever gold medal in pro singles, and silver medalist Anna Bright, a fantastic fight from her all day as well. But Mary Brasha gets the job done in 3. We'll take a short break. Our final match of the day, our men's gold medal match, is coming up next. Federico Staksrud takes on Hunter Johnson. Don't go anywhere. More pickleball action still to come. Welcome back to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with gold medalist Mary Brasha. And you just told me something shocking that I truly didn't know, which is this is your first ever pro medal.
Yes.
Which I really, like, seriously, I feel like I remember you getting it, but I believe you that this is your first ever into gold medal in front of friends and family. You said you're kind of on an adrenaline high right now. How are you feeling?
I mean, I'm shocked. I definitely didn't expect this today. I just wanted to come out and fight, and the results came too, which was a bonus. So, yeah.
You played absolutely super cleanly in the first game. The second one, you had a big lead. She came back, pushes you to 3. How do you kind of overcome the disappointment of not being able to close it out in 2 and just stay strong into that third?
Well, first of all, I want to congratulate Anna on a great tournament because, as you can tell, she's a fighter and she fought back in that second game and just like, whew, it was a battle today. We got to do it twice, but yeah, I just had to, like I told you earlier, focus and just take a little off my shots in the third game, and that was the key to success, I think.
I mean, a big congratulations. There have been so many players just this weekend that have first-time pro medalists ever, and you are one of them, and it's a gold medal. Can't get much better than that, so a big congrats. We'll bring in Ken Herman here. She gets a trophy.
Wow. Well, Mary, we saw you last time, San Antonio, November, Next Gen. She lost a tight final there, but we just saw so much talent out of you. You're a great breath of fresh air for the Pro Tour for women's pickleball. You played terrific all day today, and congratulations, our SoCal 2022 gold medalist. Well played.
Yes. Any shout-outs that you need to do before we sign off?
Oh, I want to thank my family, friends, Selkirk, and just everyone who supported me today. Like, it's so cool to win here in SoCal. Yeah.
I love it. Big congrats, Mary Brasha. Gold medal, first ever. Love it. And we are going to crown our men's gold medalist. It could also be first-time gold medalist Hunter Johnson. We'll find out as he takes on Federico Staxrud right after this. The APP SoCal Classic is brought to you by Pickleball Central, the Pickleball Superstore, catering from beginners to pros. Yola, for the champion in you. SunMed, the official CBD sponsor of the APP, and Chavile, modern pickleball apparel that reminds people to be civil and play nicely. Welcome back, everyone, to our final match of the weekend here at the APP SoCal Classic. Our men's gold medal match is coming up in just a moment. Federico Staxrud takes on Hunter Johnson. But first, we have our SunMed recovery point of the day, which happened earlier today between Gabriel Joseph and Ryan Sherry. This was match point for Sherry. As you can see, Gabriel Joseph just all over the place, and finally with the winner from the back corner to save match point. Ultimately, Joseph came out on top in that match.
Yeah,
but
what
an effort from him, and that was our SunMed recovery point of the day. But we have had, I really can't even count how many first-time medalists we have had this weekend. Mary Brasha amongst them with a beautiful performance there in the gold medal match for women's pro singles just before this one. But as I mentioned, our final match of the weekend here before we sign off from Encinitas, California, and rejoin you next weekend from Los Angeles for the LA Open. Again, if you haven't yet, make sure and subscribe to our YouTube channel and turn those notifications on so that you are notified when we go live next weekend in LA for more pickleball action. Hunter Johnson has had a bit of a Cinderella story day, taking out J.W. Johnson in JW's first round matchup. Then got dropped down into the consolation bracket by Federico Staxrud in one of the quarterfinal matches earlier today. So this is going to be a rematch from then, but Hunter Johnson had to go through quite a few really good players in the back draw in order to make it here, including Rafa Hewitt, James Ignatowicz,
Kyle Lewis there.
Kyle Lewis
getting
in the bronze medal match.
Revenge from losing 11-9 just before we went live in the quarterfinal match.
Oh, wait, excuse me. It was Kyle who beat Hunter earlier.
Yep.
I'm so sorry. He
beat
has
him
not faced Staxrud yet today.
Right. Staxrud had to play Lewis in the winner bracket final.
Lewis, also one of the players, first-time pro medalist here this weekend. Also, Alex Newman, first-time medalist. Krista Getcheva.
Getcheva,
excuse me, first-time medalist. It's just, I love it.
Yeah, so exciting.
I love it.
Really,
very
really
exciting
fun.
weekend for a lot of players to get some results they have never gotten before, so it's got to be super encouraging for them. Staxrud on the near end here for game one. Hunter Johnson on the far end. And again, I'm not sure if these two have ever played each other before, as
I don't think
Hunter
they have,
Johnson, very new to pickleball.
Yeah.
Playing in quite a few tournaments, but it's possible these two have faced off before. Certainly never in a gold medal match, as Hunter Johnson has never medaled before.
Right.
So a big day for him. So, I mean, Johnson's fully in the kitchen, just taking a stroll. His twin brother Yates Johnson watching on from the steps. Staxrud, 26 years old, originally from Argentina. Now lives in the Fort Myers, Florida area.
Ooh,
I thought that was out, but he's gonna just take a
take a seat.
Take a rest on the stairs. Yeah, I mean, that's still, even on the replay, looked like it might have been out. It's a tough call to make, though.
Oh, we do have a timeout. Might as well if you're already sitting on the stairs.
I mean,
Why
yeah,
not just
you're
call
already
the
there.
timeout?
Just stay there.
Yeah.
So Hunter Johnson, 28 years old, lives in New Braunfels, Texas, which is also where Wyatt Stone lives, Thomas Wilson, and he's just outside of Dripping Springs, Texas, where Dreamland is. You heard him talk in his interview after the bronze medal match. He gets to play with Deckel Barr there, DJ Young, Adam Stone sometimes, Hayden Patriquin when he's in town, Dylan Frazier when he's visiting. So a lot of good players that he's been practicing with to try and help them climb up the ranks here. Former professional tennis players, both Hunter and Yates. They played doubles together, and they were hitting partners for the Bryans brothers for about 4 years. So twin-on-twin action there.
Speaking of Hayden, we got a little look-alike. No.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
Behind our referee, that's his son. That's Adam's son, but he looks like a younger version of Hayden. He's gotten that a lot today, apparently. I asked him, he's like, yeah, I've been hearing that all day.
You're like, no, I can't sign any more autographs.
6-0.
This is a good sign for Stocksrud after a long wait, right? Waiting for these matches to play out and obviously waiting for championship court to come out with a strong start. Really helps you to kind of get in the groove since you had to wait so long. Another timeout.
Yeah, it seems, Hunter playing just a little bit less confidently, it seemed. He plays just so strongly and, so well against Kyle Lewis in the bronze medal match, which was a tough match.
Yeah, sorry.
No, I mean, it's he's being a little tentative here. He's letting some balls go that end up staying in, and just
you wonder if there's fatigue playing a part.
Yeah, he did mention
getting to the finals, knowing that I got to beat this guy twice, and he's up 8-0 on me. Not that he's gonna give up by any means, but it's tough. It's tough when you're already really tired, and this guy is, firing on all cylinders.
And this would not be Federico Stackrud's first gold medal in singles.
Great job taking that ball early, a little short hop. Yep, very smart.
And again, Stackrud's the number 2 seed. Johnson's the 17 seed.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Johnson's had just such a fantastic day. And to be sitting in the gold medal match.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot by Johnson. I would guess this will be the last time he will be seeded 17 in a singles singles bracket.
I think he'd bump up a couple.
I think he's going to move up quite a bit.
0-9.
Ooh, just a little stretch going on there.
1-9.
Definitely saw Johnson stretching out a little bit before this match happened. You could see him after that previous rally. Might be getting a little tight after such a long day. It's warm on the court, especially in the sun all day long, and this is a longer day than Hunter has had maybe ever at a tournament.
9-2.
Yeah, that's tough. I think Johnson knows he just needs... He's trying to play perfect right now and making some errors, but Stackrud's going to have a game point here. Game 1 of our gold medal match. And that will do it. So game 1 to Federico Staxrud. We'll take a short break. Game number 2 here in our men's pro singles gold medal match at the APP SoCal Classic, coming your way right after this. Welcome back for game number 2 here in our final match of men's pro singles. Gold medal match, Hunter Johnson in the white, taking on Federico Staxrud in the blue. Oh, that was a nice drop, but good get there from Staxrud. Oh, a little ATP here from... Yeah, looks like it just got that line.
It was in. Yep.
Johnson struggling in game 1, losing to Staxrud 11-2, so he's gonna need to bring a lot of fire here, a lot of good shots. He's gonna need to cut down on the errors significantly. But a good start. And again, you wonder if that end has something to do with it. Ooh. Little miss hit there from Staxrud. Did see Johnson stretching a lot as well in between games 1 and 2. Definitely might be dealing with some fatigue, possible muscle tightness.
Yeah, and it's different. It's different movement from tennis, so it's not something that you're used to. Even though it's similar, but it's different. And certainly from doubles, which is what he played most.
Oh, that's nice.
That's a beautiful shot from Johnson there. Roll, forehand. You know, in tennis, the ball bounces so much more, so you never have to get quite that low. And so much lateral movement in pickleball singles. All that spin there from Staxrud almost worked against him there after Johnson pokes that ball up the line.
And Johnson did a good job knowing it was going to be pulling away from him. And of course, you know, you come from tennis, you learn the spin on the ball.
Yeah, you read that ball early. He got really close to it.
Nice
good body shot. Yeah,
right
exactly. Yeah, Stocksford's obviously waiting for, expecting a sort of a pass attempt. Instead, he goes right at him.
Yeah, we talk about sometimes in singles that is an option to really think about, especially with a very good player that's hard to pass. Sometimes, try and body him up.
Yep, and now we see Johnson on a roll.
And again, is it this end of the court? Is there something about this end that just players are preferring or liking or giving them a little bit more confidence? And there is, there's a different backdrop that you're looking at. It's maybe much cleaner from this end. You got the ref tent, our
less foot
therapy
traffic.
tent.
Yep.
More people over here, so maybe that's part of it, but right now Hunter Johnson in a good position to possibly be forcing a third game here in our men's pro singles gold medal match.
Stevie, you have 1 timeout remaining in this game. Server, you have 2 timeouts remaining in this game. Time in. 5-0.
Johnson, he's feeling himself.
Yep.
And again, like when you're playing well, you feel good, you're hitting the shots you want to. We talk how much about when players are winning, they play better. Ooh, that was a nice spot there from Stacksrud. Oh, such a good angle.
Yeah, good idea from Johnson throwing that lob up there, just not quite deep enough to get Stocksford going back. And again, that tennis experience with the overheads certainly helps. Overheads in pickleball are a lot more tricky than people realize because it's different. The timing is different from tennis. Oh, he missed it.
Oof.
Just shakes his head. And the ball moves a lot more with the wind off of a lob, and so overheads can be pretty tricky. Oh, that ball misses long. We're seeing kind of a similar match that we saw from Sherry and Joseph, where one ran away with the first game, the other one ran away with the second. I mean, it's not over yet, clearly, but it's 8-1 right now for Johnson. I would expect the third game is going to be a lot closer if we go to a third game. That time, Federico ready for the body shot, gets out of the way.
1-8.
Johnson still has both his timeouts. I would think he should use one fairly quickly if Stacksrud's able.
Yeah, I'm guessing 4.
Ooh.
If Stocksford gets to 4, it's when I think either 4 or 5 where we might see a timeout.
And the thing, too, is it's not even necessarily that Stacksrud's doing anything great. Johnson's just kind of making errors at this point. And there's the timeout. I think it's just a matter of execution.
Yeah.
I think he's missing shots that he doesn't normally miss, that he shouldn't miss. And
he's been,
whether
he
it's
was
fatigue
making them,
or tightness. And, he was playing super cleanly up, 8-1 here in this second game. So he's doing what he needs to do. He just has to hit those shots, and he's struggled a little these last couple rallies. And again, we had such a great crowd here at Bobby Riggs. A little lighter today is usually the case on singles day when it's on Sunday, but a happy Father's Day to everyone out there who's spending time with their families.
Yeah.
Out on the water, wherever you're at.
I got a text from both my kids. I'm sure that was
Well, that's
initiated by
nice.
my wife.
I mean, I sent my dad a card earlier before I came out here, so
Hey, good job.
got it done.
Good job.
4-8.
Great
boy.
gad by Stocksrud.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Man, I thought
That's
Johnson was going down here.
Just so many great gats.
He crossed one foot over the other. Ooh. And then again, just staying so calm. I think he plays really well when he's just hitting the shots he needs, not rushing it, not pushing it.
Yeah, too high as Stocksrud tells himself as he goes up that line, just floats it too much, allowing Johnson to get back to that ball and put it away. He needed to keep that ball a lot lower. Little slicer from Johnson. Yeah, good job volleying there from Stocksrud, moving Johnson, pushing the first one up the line, then cross-scored, and then the cross-scored winner forehand. And we were kind of stuck there at 8-4 for a little bit, and finally Stocksrud was able to get number 5, narrow this gap. Wow, that's just a great shot. Took the pace off of it.
And, you know, another factor is Stocksrud is undefeated here today. He's only played 5 matches to get into gold. Well, Hunter is probably already at 8, maybe. So, I mean, Hunter playing a lot more matches today, having to grind it out much more, and that makes for, you know, your body feeling it a little bit more if you're able to get back into that gold medal match. Nice job doubling up on that back corner. But the fairly significant lead that Johnson had in the second game is gone. We're tied up at 8. And Stocksrud is well within striking distance to close this gold medal match out.
Johnson standing on the wrong side. That is tough.
And again, that's you have a lot you're thinking about. It's a long day. You're tired. You're just trying to hang in here, and you don't see it a ton, but we do see it happen.
Yeah,
that people are in the wrong spot in singles.
Much more common in doubles, but yeah.
It happens.
Yep. You're right. Federico's only played 4 matches. Johnson's played, this is his 9th. Of course, some of those to 15, but still.
Oh, 4 versus 9? Oof.
Yeah, well, this is his fifth and his ninth. Yes, yes. So, but yeah, double the amount of matches. I mean, obviously it's not the same because it's games to 15, but still, that's a lot of time on the court.
Yeah.
In the sun. We saw Federico just before this jokingly point at the other side.
Make sure he's in the right spot.
See if Johnson wanted to serve to the other side. Oh, I thought it was 8-8.
That was incorrect. It's 8-7.
Got it.
We were wrong.
9-7.
Good effort getting over there, but well wide.
Oh, wow. That was a great volley from Johnson. So stretched out, had to spin around.
Seen a couple spin moves from him. Rob
yeah,
Cassidy.
I love Rob Cassidy.
Yes, I knew exactly who you were thinking of.
360.
Oh.
Into the production booth. It's right there. Right there.
Our production team, amazing with the camera work, not great with the hands. Couldn't quite snag that ball as it flew into the booth. We're going to have a timeout here from Johnson. Staxrud's going to have the serve. Trailing by 2, but certainly an easy gap to close quickly.
Right.
And also in striking distance, as I mentioned, of taking this match in 2. Hunter Johnson must win this second game. Yates over there giving him a lot of advice.
15 seconds. Steven, you have no timeout remaining in this game. Server, you have 1 timeout remaining in this game. Time is in. 7-9.
Tried the same shot. Little spin around there, but leaves it short this time.
Came out very aggressive from this timeout, though. It seemed like he got a little boost of energy or knew he needed to dig really deep at this point. He's got to, anything left he has to give right now, he's got to do it. Is there enough left in the tank is the question, though.
Yeah. Oh, just another inside out to give himself gold medal point. Just too good from Stocksford. The return from Johnson just well short. I'm sure he knows that. Trying to apply pressure, trying to make Stocksford beat him. Much better return. But wow.
It's just
that's
too
just incredible.
good. But I mean, I can't stress enough how amazing of a day that Hunter Johnson just had. Silver medal. He should be just absolutely thrilled with his performance today. Falls just short here in the gold medal match, but getting here a massive accomplishment in and of itself. His first pro medal ever. So big congrats to him, but gold medal to Federico Staksrud, who's going to change shirts quickly before our interview, and then we are actually going to have our senior pro women's gold medal match coming up next for our final match of the day. So don't go anywhere. Still some action left to be played here at Bobby Riggs, but our pros are done for the day. I'll head to the Franklin studio and then back here one more time before we say goodbye for the weekend and head to LA. So we'll see you right after this. Welcome back to the Franklin Studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with gold medalist Federico Staxrud, able to get it done in. Mentioned you played Hunter Johnson in St. Louis, and you said this was a different player that you just had to play today. What was the difference?
Yeah, I played him on a first round St. Louis. What was it, like 2 months ago, maybe less? Yeah, his improvement is insane. Just unbelievable how well he's playing today. But yeah, I thought I'd bring my best game today, so it worked out well in the finals.
You had, as we mentioned before, a bit of a wait going into the gold, but you had much less matches to play today than Hunter did. He's a little fatigued. Do you think about that coming into it and know you got to come out quick, start rolling fast, and not let him have any chance?
Yeah, I played with the Cowboy a warm-up match before playing this one, so I think that helped a lot. But yeah, we came from different routes, but you have to be smart on how you're gonna approach the match for sure, both ways.
I mean, overall, do you feel like your performance today, you were happy with how you played?
Yeah, absolutely. Super happy. I think I did few errors in every match, so that was the key, and returned well. That's such a huge advantage in singles.
Well, congratulations once again. Another gold medal to your name. We'll bring in Ken Herman with our trophy here for Federico Staxrud.
Well, seems like we were just in Indianapolis, weren't we? A gold medal in Indianapolis. Now we're here. You are just playing better and better each week. And what I love to see is you're gaining momentum. You're getting great confidence in yourself. Terrific playing all day today. It was a stacked field and just solid performance. Our gold medalist, men's pro singles, congratulations.
All right, another big congrats to Federico Staxrud. Any shout outs to anyone before we sign off?
I want to shout out to my family. This was a rough week for them. We lost our grandpa, so I just want to dedicate this to them. I know that they're watching me, so they will be happy because of
I love it. Well, congratulations. And like I mentioned, don't go anywhere. We have our women's senior pro gold medal match still to be played, but a big congrats once again to Federico Staxrud, our gold medalist here in men's pro singles. So don't go anywhere. Back with one more match before we sign off here in SoCal right after this.
So ready for next gen.
This is Next Gen Pickleball.
I'm so ready for the Next Gen Tour.
Super excited about next gen.
I can't wait for the APP Next Gen Tour.
I'm super excited for next gen.
SoCal Classic is brought to you by Pickleball Central, the Pickleball Superstore, catering from beginners to pros. Yola, for the champion in you. SunMed, the official CBD sponsor of the APP. And Chavile, modern pickleball apparel that reminds people to be civil and play nicely. Welcome back to the action for our actual final match of the day. We have our women's senior pro singles gold medal match. Jennifer Dawson in the yellow will be taking on Julie Johnson in the white. Both these ladies very high-ranked senior pro players. Jennifer Dawson, we see her a little bit more on the West Coast. This is obviously her club.
Right.
Here, so I
Literally.
expect to see her here.
Literally
it's
her club.
A very, very short commute for her. So excited to have her here in the gold medal match. She is the one coming through the winner bracket final into gold, while Julie Johnson had to go through bronze to get here. So Johnson is going to have that 2 out of 3 she needs to win, and then the match to 15 if she wants to get that gold medal. We'll see if Jennifer Dawson can get it outright, though. Monica Stampbeck will be our first referee here for this match, while Somchoi Moy will be our second. Just a final few moments of warm-up here for our ladies before we get into the action. So this is a rematch of that winner bracket final. Dawson able to come out on top 11-5, 11-0 over Johnson. So not a super tight match there. We'll see if she is able to have a repeat performance here. Julie Johnson generally on the podium when she is playing in singles. She's one of the top ladies. So definitely going to make Jennifer work for it.
Yep.
Can't take it for granted, for sure.
Had a very tight bronze medal match against Natalie Bagby, 11-9 in the third.
Yes,
So you
after
know that,
2 lopsided games in the first and second, we've seen a lot of that today. So Johnson's going to start serving on the far end. Game 1 underway. Julie Johnson was the number 1 seed here today. Dawson the number 3. Talking a little bit to Hunter Johnson after the gold medal match. He said the wind was changing directions out here, so made it a little bit difficult. He said he wasn't able to hit passing shots really anymore when the wind changed directions into his face. So you wonder if it's swirling a bit, messing. If it's not consistent, that can be very difficult for the players to have to constantly being adjusting one way or the other.
Yeah, and especially when you got a little bit of that sideways wind where it's not just straight, you know, front to back, near court to back court. A lot harder to adjust to those side winds. Yeah.
Nice spot there.
Beautiful shot by Dawson.
Yep, Julie Johnson, also a lefty.
1-2. Side out. 2-1.
Yeah, it's tough. Johnson leaving that a little high. Dawson able to have a lot of options with where she wants to put that.
1-2.
Just missing wide.
2-1. Side out. 1-2.
Yeah, great shot by Dawson going right up that line. Well placed ball.
Two. Point. 3-2. Point. 4-2. Side out. 2-4.
Ooh, she gets it.
Shot, yeah. People in the chat commenting a little bit on the light crowd, and obviously this being the last match of the last day. You know, most of the other players that were here watching, of course, they have finished their matches. There's very few matches still going on, even in the outer courts, and so
it's winding down into the evening.
yeah, and it's, you know, Father's Day, so people, you know, that try to still maybe spend some time with family, so they left the club, but we did have a good crowd earlier.
Absolutely. It's a fabulous weekend of pickleball.
Yeah.
Just right on that line, but
What
Dawson
a great
just
shot by Dawson, yeah. Good
ripping that
serve,
cross court.
too, to follow that.
Most importantly, Steve Dawson is still here watching his wife.
He is here, yes.
I think Jack Johnson had to take care of the kids. So I think the rest of the Johnson crew has left. And hearing how JW likes to make fun of his mom, I'm sure he would make some smart comment about it too.
Yeah, well played there by Julie. Johnson puts the ball on the corner here and then gets Dawson scrambling to the other side.
3-6.
Johnson keeping that nice and low. That ball does not bounce up much, leaving Dawson lunging for it, not able to get there.
4-6. Side out.
Oh, great return. Took us a minute to realize if it was in or out. It's kind of the far sideline for us. But beautiful return from Dawson.
Oh, tough.
Sorry, not sorry.
Just so good. She, of course, is rocking that Chivile shirt, one of her sponsors who we had our VIP balcony with this weekend. Everyone had a super fun time being able to be up there with the best seats in the house, best view.
Local company, right? They're in this
Southern
area here.
California.
Yeah, I think they're down here in San Diego area.
And that's going to be a game point here for Jennifer Dawson. Took her a minute to get going, but then just started rolling.
Good approach. Yep, easy put away.
So game one going to Jennifer Dawson. 11-4. Our ladies will switch ends, and game number 2 of this Senior Pro Women's Gold Medal match is coming your way right after this. Welcome back to the action. Here for our final match of the weekend here at the APP SoCal Classic at Bobby Riggs Tennis and Racket Center. Julie Johnson on the near end taking on Jennifer Dawson. On the far end, Dawson taking the first game. 11-4, I believe.
I think that's right. Just a great shot by
what
Dawson.
a get from Johnson, though.
Great
off
get
the,
from Johnson.
Off the side.
Almost came into our booth.
I know. Almost had to catch her. Talking to Johnson a little bit before this second game. She said the kids went to La Jolla with Dad.
Yeah, Father's Day. Trying to spend some time with
Yep,
Dad.
so that's always a fun spot to visit here in Southern California. Go see the seals.
Yeah. And I saw Jack's older daughter was here playing. Gosh, I introduced her. I can't remember her name. I feel bad. But she was here playing. I'm sure she's spending time with Jack as well.
Mm-hmm.
5-0.
Yeah, good ball by Johnson there. Good cross-court volley. Keeping it nice and low. Yeah, well done.
It's really interesting. Julie Johnson she didn't play college tennis, but has played a lot of just sort of recreational tennis.
Yep.
Her husband, Jack, a big tennis player, big tennis family. But her strokes are very unusual for a tennis player.
Yeah,
they
don't especially
really
her
match.
backhand side is a little unorthodox. She sort of punches it.
Yeah, you would think looking at her that she's not a tennis player.
Yeah, that backhand is a little different than what you would see.
She does not use a two-handed backhand.
Right.
That is also something to note that we mentioned earlier. A lot of the women do.
Right. But clearly, whatever she does is working for her. She's often on the podium in all 3 categories.
Yep, consistently. Dawson almost getting a triple crown here this weekend if she secures this gold, but she got silver in women's.
Gold, silver.
With Cammie McGregor, so if she gets this gold medal, 2 golds and a silver, pretty great weekend.
Especially on your home court. I mean, it can't be any more of a home court than she has. She literally owns the club with her family.
Ooh.
Fortunate leg cord there for Dawson. Unfortunate for Johnson.
Yep, and 2 points away is Jennifer Dawson from a gold medal here in Senior Pro Women's Singles. Now 1, so a gold medal match point here for Jennifer Dawson. Oh, not quite yet though.
1-10.
Yeah, smart lob there from Johnson, and you saw the wind kind of move that ball around. Dawson having a hard time adjusting to that. And when you're down 11, 4, 10, 2, you pull all the tricks out of the bag. You try everything.
Dump the toolbox out.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
beautiful shot.
Johnson.
So good. Very nice.
Yeah, this looked like a really nice shot there from Dawson, but Johnson just a little short volley there. But can't quite get too much going, so another
gold medal
match point.
Yeah.
Oh, another one into the net.
Oh, just wide from Dawson. Great reach again from Johnson. Getting that ball cross court. We got a ball check here. Looks like it's cracked. Yeah, just too good.
All right, is the 3rd time the charm? Okay, interesting.
Yeah, she's, cracked ball. That was quick. I mean, they've had the ball for 2 points. Maybe had a littlest
Probably
crack
had,
and then
yep,
just
probably had an almost
finished it
crack.
off there. We've seen her dump 2 serves in the net and 1 backhand in the net on match points. Yeah, right on the line. We do have a perfect view here of this back line. Let's see. I anticipate a high serve. There it is.
Yep. Get it over the net.
Just
that
too
was
good from
nice.
Johnson. That's
Yeah.
a great cross-court forehand from Julie Johnson. 10,000 has to go all the way off the court to go get it.
Johnson just digging in here.
Yeah, I love the fight.
Yeah, not making it easy for Dawson.
Okay, this is number 5, maybe?
Mhm.
Yeah. And
All
that's
right,
it.
so took a few more times than she was hoping for, but Jennifer Dawson, our gold medalist here at the APP SoCal Classic, and a big congrats to Julie Johnson taking silver. Well-fought match. We'll head to the Franklin studio one final time to talk to Jennifer before we sign off, but a big thank you to everyone at home who watched some of this fabulous pickleball action all weekend. We appreciate you guys joining us, commenting. It's always a great time spending the weekend with fellow pickleball lovers. Big thank you to Daniel Roditi joining me in the booth.
Thank you.
He'll be back next weekend in LA, so we won't miss him too much until we're back. And of course, to our USA Pickleball certified referees, thank them very much. To our sponsors, our volunteers, everyone who helps get these tournaments going. It takes a village for sure. And of course, a big thank you to Pickleball TV, rocking our production and bringing you this great action so you can watch it at home. Spencer Laurent and Mitch DeVoe. And then Steve Taylor rocking out all those awesome action shots that you see all over social media. So a big thank you again to you guys. We're signing off here from the booth. I head court side in our Franklin studio one final time, and then please plan to join us next weekend in Los Angeles for the Los Angeles Open. It's going to be a great time once again, and we will see you there.
If SoCal has you wondering, where do I begin? Start here. Cheering for the visiting team? Here's your line of scrimmage. Come for a culinary odyssey? Tonight's special is everything. Here for work? Hang around for the weekend. Hit 3 theme parks. Crush coffees or crafty beers, or whatever strikes your fancy. Because with friendly locals, Main Street vibes, easy accommodations, and all of SoCal within reach, no matter what you've come to get up to, in El Segundo, we'll invite you to start here.
If you like to dink, then Pickleball Magazine has what you're looking for. Our bi-monthly print publication will help you become a better player with instructional tips, drills, and articles from the top teaching pros in the sport. And you'll become a healthier, stronger player with psychological, nutritional, and wellness advice from experts in their fields. Finally, if it's product reviews or the latest news, we have that too. To learn more or to subscribe today, go to pickleballmagazine.com.
Welcome back one final time to the Franklin studio. Lauren McLaughlin here with gold medalist Jennifer Dawson. Almost a triple crown this weekend. Silver, though, in women's, but 2 golds and a silver. Has to feel pretty good. You're here at your home court at Bobby Riggs in front of friends and family. How does it feel this weekend to be able to have that good of a performance this weekend?
It's amazing. I mean, it's always great to be able to do that, but I mean, to do it at your home club with family and friends around is really special.
Having, of course, one of the premier tournaments in Southern California here at Bobby Riggs for many years, long before the tours were started. I mean, how special is it for you and Steve to just have that you were able to have one of the biggest tournaments of the year here at Bobby Riggs for so long now?
Oh my gosh, it's amazing. I mean, it's really fun to have Ken and all of you guys in the APP tour here. And it's really fun for all the people that play here to be able to firsthand see in person all the great young pros out there battling it out. I mean, it's different seeing it live than it is on TV even. So it's really special for everybody.
For sure. And you had to take on Julie Johnson 2 times today, able to get it done in 2 games each time. But you know, she, of course, is one of the top senior women as well. So you can't take anything for granted. Do you just feel like you felt very confident in the way that you played today throughout the day to get here to gold?
Well, you know, Julie's a phenomenal player, and so is Natalie and all these other women. I mean, there's the field is so deep; it's incredible. You can't take anything for granted. You know, I just try to come out, move my feet, and you know, at this age, I have to tell myself to move my feet, and just try to do my best. And so that's all you can do.
I mean, your best was good enough today. You got gold, so we'll bring in Ken Herman one final time before we sign off here from Bobby Riggs.
Well, Jennifer, congratulations. It's your home court.
It is.
So first off, APP is honored to be here. Both Steve and Jennifer Dawson. The SoCal Classic has so much rich history, and allow APP to be a part of it. I'd like to just thank you on behalf of that, and also present you with our 2022 Senior Women's Pro Championship Trophy. Congratulations. You played great today.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Any final shout-outs before we sign off?
Well, I just want to thank all the volunteers, the APP tour, and all their employees and everybody that puts on the tournament, because everybody's done a phenomenal job. So kudos to everybody.
Well, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure being here for the SoCal Classic. Congratulations once again. And we are signing off here from SoCal, but remember to please join us next weekend as we are in Los Angeles. 3 more days of pickleball still to come, but for now, signing off from sunny SoCal.